a fool, I keep losing my place, and I keep seeing you walk through that door. But there's a danger in loving somebody too much, and it's sad when you know it's your heart you can't trust. There's a reason why people don't stay where they are. Baby, sometimes love just ain't enough. Now I could never change you, I don't wanna blame you. Baby, you don't have to take the fall. Yes, I may have hurt you, but I did not desert you. Maybe I just wanna have
from ABC News. I'm Daria Albinger. For months, economists have been saying that hiring is going to begin to slow down. Well, the latest government jobs report indicates that might have started.
263,000 jobs were added in the U.S. last month, evidence of a slight slowdown in hiring among the nation's employers. And the job gains were almost across the board.
Bars and restaurants and hotels rising by 83,000, healthcare adding 60,000 jobs, business and professional services 46,000.
Mark Hamrick, a senior economic analyst for Bankrate.com. The country's unemployment rate now at 3.5%, down from 3.7% to mark a 50-year low. Derek Dennis, ABC News.
The markets tumbled on the news. The Dow fell more than 600 points. The entire Uvalde School Police Department has been suspended pending a new investigation into their response to May's deadly shooting at Robb Elementary.
The perfect example of why we kept fighting, because there's so much more that still is probably going to come out. And we're not going to give up. We're going to continue because there are still other children that go to school here.
Merlina Arreola, whose granddaughter, Amarie Jo Garza, was one of the 19 children and 2 teachers killed. Russian President Vladimir Putin continues his drumbeat of nuclear threats as his troops get pushed back out of areas of Ukraine it sought to occupy. ABC's Britt Clennett in Kyiv says there's a lot of uncertainty about the lengths to which Putin might go.
Russia's foreign ministry saying Moscow hasn't changed its position, that nuclear war must never be waged. Putin, however, has also threatened, as we know, to use every means at his disposal to protect Russian territory. You know, in a speech last week, Putin said the U.S. had created a precedent by using nuclear weapons against Japan at the end of the Second World War. So the reality is we just don't know.
State Department backing up the president's claims that the threat put the world closer to Armageddon. You're listening to ABC News.
If you came across someone struggling with hunger, how would you recognize them? Would you notice a 16-year-old boy who got his first job,
not for extra spending money, but to help feed his little sisters?
Or a mother who's in between jobs and sometimes goes to bed hungry so her kids can have dinner? I am the 1 in 8 Americans who struggle with hunger. I am hungered in America.
Hunger can be hard to recognize. Learn why at IamHungeringAmerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
I absolutely love my dog, but the constant shedding, not so much. But then I got a Swiffer Sweeper Pet Kit, and it is amazing. These super thick cloths pick up a crazy amount of hair. Just look at all that. And that was from just one swipe. And the best part? Sweeper's so much easier to maneuver than a broom or a vacuum, easily getting around chairs and under the couch. You're right. Now I can focus on you, not your shedding. Swiffer Sweeper Pet Kit, because shed happens.
A search is on for 3 suspects in 3 separate stabbings on the New York City subway. ABC's Aaron Katursky in Manhattan.
There were fewer shootings and murders here in New York City this September compared to last, but 3 people were stabbed, 1 fatally, in 3 separate attacks on the subway in an 8-hour span.
Very disturbing. We're fully invested in this. We are going to be out there with the riders and for the riders, keeping them safe.
Chief Jason Wilcox said more officers will patrol train cars and platforms to make sure riders are safe and feel safe. Aaron Katursky, ABC News at police headquarters in New York.
European leaders divided over how to tackle the energy crisis resulting from the war in Ukraine. ABC's Inez Delicatera has details from the foreign desk.
Poland accusing Germany of being selfish as it spends roughly $196 billion in subsidies to protect consumers and businesses from soaring energy costs. This as EU leaders have yet to reach an agreement on whether to cap gas prices. While a majority of EU countries support the measure, some countries are pushing for a broad cap on all gas trades and import contracts. Others would prefer a cap limited to just the power sector. Germany, Denmark, and the Netherlands all oppose price caps, worried that it would make buying gas more difficult. Inez Delicatera, ABC News, at the foreign desk.
This is ABC News.
At school boards across America, parents are fighting back against a woke agenda that puts our kids at risk. Now, Sean Spicer is on Newsmax, exposing the radical agenda in our schools. And he shows how a grassroots revolt is underway to stop it. Watch Sean Spicer and Lindsay Keith today on Spicer and Company. Find out why millions have made the switch to Newsmax. Tune into Sean Spicer and watch parents fight back on Newsmax. Make the switch to Newsmax today.
Daria Albinger, ABC News.
It's time for Lancer Football on KYNT and KYNTV. Lancer Football is brought to you by
Aztec, Core Trust Bank, Dakota Beverage, Vision Real Estate, Yankton Medical Clinic, Mason Schramm and the Move Group, Slumberland, Sherco, Pizza Ranch, Marlowe Woodward and Huff LLC, The Meat Lodge, Gertzner Oil, Explorers Credit Union, Conklin Distributing, Avera, Elwood Dental, Checkers, Dakota Archery, First Chiropractic, First Dakota National Bank, Hy-Vee, Kopetsky's Ace Hardware, JJ Benji's, Midco, Midwest Striping, Northtown Automotive, Olson Pest Technicians, RB Grill House and Bar, Signtech, MT and RC Smith Insurance, Vision Care Associates, Winston Ray, Vision Insurance Group, and H&R Block.
Now let's go to the field with KYNT color analyst Tehl Tanner and the voice of Mount Marty University Lancer football, Steve Thum.
When you think of football on a Friday night, you normally think high school football. But that's not the case tonight. Under the Friday night lights, it's college football from Crane-Youngworth Field. The Mount Marty Lancers playing host to the Dordt Defenders. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you here for another historic first in Mount Marty football. They have played a night game before, and they have played on a Thursday night. That was the season opener at Presentation, a win for the Lancers, the first win in program history. A few weeks later, Mount Marty got their first ever GPAC Conference win. That was on the road against Briar Cliff back on September 24th. And now the first Friday night game for the Lancers and the first all-whiteout here at Crane-Youngworth Field. It's going to be a great game, a great night. Great to have you here. And the white uniforms tonight will be worn by the homestanding team, the Mount Marty Lancers.
Oh, absolutely. I got to say, I always love the white uniforms. They always just look so clean to me. I have said this for years, and I stand by it. The white uniforms, the whiteouts are my favorite uniforms in sports. They always just look so clean. As for Crane, the environment tonight, it's going to be electric. Everybody knows what Crane is like on a Friday night. We're going to see college football on a Friday night. It's Friday Night Lights College Football Edition, and I think that's just amazing. I'm really looking forward to seeing a packed house at Crane tonight and a very good game between two pretty good programs.
This is the pregame show brought to you by Coors Light and Miller Lite. Remember to please drink responsibly. The Dordt Defenders come in at 2-2, and they're coming off a bye, and this will be one of the few times during the course of this year where the Mount Marty Lancers have actually played more games than their opponent because Dordt did not have a non-conference game to start the year. Mount Marty did. Dordt is coming off their bye, so they've only played 4 games. Normally the Lancers have played fewer games than their opponents so far this season because they had their bye early in the year back on Labor Day weekend. But the Lancers 2-3 on the season, and they're coming off a loss at the hands of the number 4 team in the country, Northwestern, 52-8 the final score, and Northwestern proved by they're one of the top teams in the country, a team that legitimately has a chance at the national championship.
Oh, yeah, it's absolutely a chance in the national championship. And then on the flip side, Dordt, they've had a 2-2 season to this point. They defeated Briar Cliff and Dakota Wesleyan, lost to number 1 Morningside in a 49-21 final. And then last week, or 2 weeks ago, I guess, with the bye, coming off a 13-10 overtime loss versus Doane. Then you go into the bye week after a loss like that. That's difficult to go in the bye week at that time. But honestly, it did come at a very good time for the Defenders because in that game with Doane, they had a lot of players shaken up. And with that bye week, they got a lot of them back this week. That's one of the main keys to this game that Joel Penner would talk to me about in my talk with him earlier today. Is the bye week came at a very good time for the Defenders.
Yeah, you can't pick when the bye week happens. That's up to the schedule makers. For the Defenders, it turned out to be at a good time. You always want to have it halfway through the season, about anywhere between like 3 games to 6 games in. That's the sweet spot for the bye. And for the Defenders, the schedule maker favored them because they had a lot of players injured. The other thing is that gives them that extra week to really think about that loss, because that was a disappointing loss for the Dordt Defenders. It probably knocks them out of any chance to make the playoffs where they have made it before in the last several years. And so, it's a time for them to regroup. The Dordt Defenders still have a lot to play for. They've got some tough opponents down the stretch there in the rest of their season, but they've had a couple of weeks to heal up. Joel Penner, their head coach, has really turned this program around. Dordt was at the bottom of the GPAC for many years, but he came in and he flipped the script, and now Dordt has been near the top of the standings in the GPAC, including a playoff appearance a couple of years ago and a win in the playoffs on the road. So this team is a very, very tough team. We'll talk about that and more coming up here as the Coors Light Miller Lite pregame show rolls on. We will hear from both head coaches, and we'll also hear from one of the Lancers. Who do we got on deck?
Yeah, this was one of my favorite interviews from the season so far. I was able to speak with the man you dubbed the money man, Rex Reichen. Rex Reichen came in the booth earlier today. I was able to speak with him this morning, and I laid a trap for him. I was ready for him when he walked in. I had a test ready to go for the young man. He walked in the studio, and I had a dozen donuts sitting there waiting for him. He did not take one, but I thought it was really funny.
Well, we'll hear that interview coming up. Now, normally we would have the Saturday football report from Commissioner Corey Wester of the Great Plains Athletic Conference, but today we're going to have but since it's Friday, and most of the games in the GPAC, of course, are going to be played tomorrow, we're going to have the Great Plains Athletic Conference daily update. And it's going to be heavily involved with football. That's coming up after this 2-minute timeout. We're just getting started under the lights. Plenty of sunshine at the moment. Sun's starting to go down. Clear skies. It's going to be rather chilly tonight. We'll talk about the weather as we get near to game time. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. A 2-minute break coming up. And then more of the pregame show right here. This is Lancer Football on KYNT.
Quit smoking, and in just 20 minutes, your blood pressure returns to normal. In 12 hours, carbon monoxide levels in your blood drop. In 48 hours, your sense of smell and taste improve. Within 2 weeks, your lungs work better, you heal faster. 9 months means more energy, fewer illnesses. And in 5 years, your risk of heart attack is half of what it is now. Take a deep breath. You can do this. Call the Quit line at 866-SDQUITS.
Begin your next outdoor adventure at Dakota Archery and Outdoor Sports.
Fall hunting season is here, and around here you can experience all types of weather. The Sitka line of clothing offers versatile solutions for any weather you might face. From hoodies, jackets, bibs, pants, gloves, hats, and more, you'll be comfortable and unseen with Sitka.
Open every night till 8. Dakota Archery and Outdoor Sports, East Highway 50, Yankton, South Dakota.
Before the Lancers play, after the game, or maybe even while watching it here. Enjoy authentic flavor at RB Grill House and Sports Bar.
We're American themed and feature handcrafted dishes and daily specials with an amazing selection of beer and spirits. Enjoy burgers, steaks, wings, and ribs, sandwiches, salads, seafood, and plenty of HD TVs.
Authentic flavor, family driven, and a memorable atmosphere. Join us at RB Grill House and Sports Bar next to River Rocks Event Center on Broadway in Yankton. Go Lancers!
We were founded on innovation and a passion to help our customers. This is Glenn Zupfer at Aztec in Yankton. We also want our employees to thrive and succeed every day. Our core values are more than something we list on a wall. We live them every day. We have openings in a variety of departments, sign-on bonuses up to $2,000, immediate benefits like retirement savings, paid holidays, bonus earnings, tuition reimbursement, and more. Build your career with a group that's built to connect from rock to road. Stop by for a walk-in interview or click on careers at aztecindustries.com.
This is the GPAC report for Friday, October 7. Brought to you by the Great Plains Athletic Conference. To learn more, go to gpacsports.com or on Twitter at GPAC Sports. On your Friday GPAC report, let's take a look at GPAC football for this weekend, and we have Friday Night Lights this week in the conference. A Friday night game coming up at 7 o'clock in Yankton as Mount Marty will host Dordt and the Defenders. The rest of the slate for week number 6 of GPAC football is on Saturday. Let's go to the schedule. Dakota Wesleyan will be at Doane for the All-Tiger matchup. Briar Cliff will be home against Midland. Jamestown on the road to Concordia, and Morningside will host Hastings. All games at 1 o'clock on Saturday afternoon except the Morningside versus Hastings game. That one will kick off at 1:30. Again, Friday night game tonight, 7 o'clock in Yankton. Mount Marty is hosting Dordt. Coming into this weekend of GPAC football, Morningside leads the conference at 4-0. And then 3 teams at 4-1, Hastings, Midland, and Northwestern. Northwestern has the bye this week for week 6 of GPAC football. Busy weekend ahead in the other fall sports as well. Let's take a look at some updated standings heading into volleyball. First off, it's a Friday-Saturday slate once again this weekend. Jamestown enters the weekend leading the conference at 6-0, with Concordia and Midland both sitting at 7-1 in conference play. With Wednesday's matches in the books and a Saturday schedule ahead in women's soccer, Jamestown leads the league at 6-0 with Briarcliff at 6-0-1. And in GPAC men's soccer, again, a full Saturday slate ahead. Midweek games are completed. The Broncos of Hastings lead the conference at 6-0. Dordt is 3-0-2. Complete details at gpacsports.com. This has been your Friday GPAC Report. I'm Corey Westra.
Olson Pest Technicians is a family-owned business since 1966. And with over 50 years of pest management, they understand your issues, and their well-trained team will help you solve your pest problems. Issues with cockroaches, ants, bedbugs, bats, termites, spiders, rats, mice, or other creepy crawling pests? Give your home a fresh start and use the proven method of fumigation to take care of your pest problem. Olson's Pest Technicians will thoroughly get rid of pests so you can rest easy again. Call Olson Pest today, 800-KILL-BUG. That's 1-800-KILBUGS.
Buying or selling your home is one of the biggest decisions you may make in your lifetime. I'm Deb Speck with Vision Real Estate, and I'm ready to help guide you with professional advice from before the listing until after the close. Not only will you get real estate knowledge, but also we provide moving boxes and an enclosed courtesy trailer to help make the move just a little easier. Call me today at 664-5555.
Have aches and pains taken you out of your game? At First Chiropractic Centers, we have been helping people get back into their game for nearly 40 years. Whether your game is sports related, or it looks more like gardening, household chores, exercising, or just daily life, if your pain is preventing you from enjoying or participating in your chosen activity, we can help. First Chiropractic Centers, whole health with hands-on healing, with offices in Yankton, Scotland, Hardington, Tyndall, and Wagner.
You can depend on Vision Insurance Group to help you look at the big picture. Committed to helping South Dakota, Iowa, Nebraska, and North Dakota residents assess their immediate and long-term needs and help you choose options that will help you achieve your goals. When you want to explore options for protecting your home, personal property, or financial future, Vision Insurance Group is available to answer your questions. Visit VisionInsuranceGRP.com. Vision Insurance Group. Live in the vision.
Back on the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Now time for our player interview on a Friday. Rex Ryken in the booth. Rex, good morning. Getting ready for a game tonight with Dordt University. How you doing? You got class this afternoon before this game?
Yeah, I do actually. Gonna have to head back to Mount Marty for a little class before the game, but just nice here to get myself up and going and get ready for it tonight.
Now, I offered you a donut the moment you walked in, and good on you, you refused, because you got a game tonight, right?
Yeah, I mean, hard to pass that up, but might just take it easy here this morning, but...
So what classes you got this afternoon? What's your major, by the way?
I'm an accounting major.
Accounting major. So what's your class this afternoon?
It's actually not an accounting class. It's just an art class that I have to take here, so I get to go up for that.
I got you. Get those electives out of the way, and then what
Yes,
time are you
sir.
guys meeting tonight, getting ready for this game with Dordt?
Meeting around 3:30 here to just go over some things like offense and defense, and then head over to the field and just get ready for the game.
Perfect. Quick, what's the game plan?
No,
you don't have to. Let's talk some of the things going on with Mount Marty University, some of the things going on with you from your former high school days. Rex, you are the all-time yards receiving leader here for receiving yards in Yankton High School history with 1,832. But that record is looking like Tyler Solar has a chance to break that. He's sitting at 1683, less than 150 yards away. He's on track. Have you talked with Tyler about it? You guys have a little bit of a rivalry going on there?
Oh, no. I'm happy for Tyler to get that, and him playing with my brother too. I always said to my brother, I really hope he does break them, because that means you guys are doing well. You guys are connecting well. They have a great connection playing together. They both played very well this season too, I thought, and are big reasons why they're successful this year. And hope he can keep going. Hope he can get to 2,000. That means good things, I think, for the Bucks. So
absolutely, it does. You always like seeing those records just continuously be broken, because that means more and more success, correct?
Of course, yeah.
And that'll be the same with Mount Marty. Obviously, right at the moment, you're part of the record setting at the very beginning of the university's history. By the time your career ends, I'm sure you're going to have a couple of those yourself. Have you thought about that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just cool to start it off, and I guess have a few of us have our names in the books just right away, and then as the years go on, people keep passing us up, and that'll be good.
Rex, as we talk about you on the field, I want to ask, what is your favorite play the Lancers run? When you're hoping this play gets called because you want to run it, what's that?
We've ran it a couple times this year. Me running a kind of a double move over the middle. We've connected a few times this year, a couple times last year with it. Gotta say, I like that play call when Coach Lewis draws it up.
Absolutely. And it's not even just you with the ball in your hands. You've also done a lot of work blocking this season on the offensive line. You've done pretty good on that. Coach Micheletti has spoken pretty highly of your blocking ability. What is that like on the offensive line? Is it just straight up aggression, just trying to go after these guys? How do you see yourself as a blocking tight end?
Yeah, since I've kind of transitioned to playing tight end over the last few years, I've really just tried to pride myself in that and continually improve on it. Each and every week, I know I can keep improving on it, and there's things that I can work on to help our team out better, and I just really pride myself in trying to do the best I can there as well, not just being a pass catcher as I'm split as a receiver often, but also as a blocker when I'm attached to the tight end.
Rex, you haven't played on a Friday night since your high school days, and it's even going to be in the same stadium at Crane-Youngworth Field. Are you excited to return for Friday Night Lights, college football edition?
Yeah, of course. It'll be a great atmosphere, I think. There should be a lot of people that will show out, and being a night game, it just kind of adds a little extra to it, I think. So it'll be fun.
Well, good luck tonight, Rex. Thank you for coming and talking to me today.
Yeah, thank you very much.
This is the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Always remember, drink responsibly. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more. All at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, mahi-mahi, crab legs, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmick cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. For your convenience, you can call and order curbside pickup or order online at meatlodge.com. The Meat Lodge in Yankton, on the way to the lake on Highway 52.
Hy-Vee Fast and Fresh is the stop to make any time of the day. Enjoy breakfast items, made-to-order sandwiches, burgers, and more from the Hy-Vee Market Grill. Daily $5 meal specials are from 11 to 7, and find convenient on-the-go meal offerings and select grocery staples, including fresh produce and fresh bakery items, too. There's something for everyone at Hy-Vee Fast and Fresh of Yankton.
Shop Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every eye.
As a proud community bank, Core Trust delivers more than just checking and savings accounts. We invest in the cities and towns where we live and work by volunteering to coach youth sports teams, supporting local charities and the arts with our time and resources. Whether we live in a rural town in South Dakota or a suburban city in Minnesota, it's a place we call home. Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations.
Member FDIC.
Football is back. So do you know what that means? It means Checkers is open every day of the week. That's right. You can get Checkers delicious wings daily and catch all the football action. Every Monday night, enjoy $5 cheeseburgers and fries. Grab your friends, bring your family, and head on down to Checkers. Open 11 to 11 daily. Checkers Sports Bar and Grill on Walnut, just north of 4th Street in Yankton.
Back here at Crane-Youngworth Field, it is the Coors Light Miller Lite pregame show getting you ready for the big game coming up. The second night game for the season, first home night game for the Mount Marty Lancers. It's taking place on a Friday night. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you here. The Dordt Defenders, the opponents. Dordt coming in at 2-2. We talked about their loss in overtime against Doane. That was a home game for Dordt before the bye they had last week. I was talking with Mike Biker, their play-by-play guy, and they said they had a number of injuries, especially on the offensive line and some of their skill players. And what really hurt Dordt was that some of these reserves that came in, plays were being dialed up that they didn't know. So that led to some confusion. And he said, hey, we kind of got in our own way. And it's one of those stinging losses that said, even with the injuries, we should have won that game. The Dordt fans feel that way. But it was Doane prevailing in overtime. And I tell you what, sometimes when you have that stinging loss and you got that extra week, boy, it's potentially Dordt could come out here madder than a hornet's nest. That'll depend on how well Coach Joel Penner gets them fired up. And make no doubt about it, he's one of the best coaches in the conference.
He absolutely is. And his team's going to be fired up tonight, as you said, and they should be. Looking at the way the season has gone for Dordt, there's no easy way to say this. It just hasn't gone the way they wanted. They're 2-2 right now. They're sitting at 6th in the conference. Now, for some teams, 6th in the conference is pretty good. Some teams would take that. Not Dordt. No. Dordt is a team that is, in my opinion, a top 3 or 4 team in the GPAC in terms of the way their program is handled and the head coach that they have. They are a very, very good football program, and that loss to Doane definitely stung, especially because it was in overtime with all of the injuries, the young players getting on. Obviously, there's factors that caused that loss, but man, it had to sting. And as you said, they're going to be fired up tonight.
I would imagine so, as they're actually going to be wearing their home uniforms tonight with the whiteout happening here in Yankton. All white uniforms for the Lancers tonight. They will have the gold helmets and, of course, the navy blue numbers and letters on the uniform tonight. And I tell you what, it is a good look for those watching on TV, on YouTube. You'll get a chance to see it.
Oh, it's
and
clean.
Hey, before we go farther, I want to say hello to all of our viewers and listeners out in Hawaii. We know we've got some fans, and normally they got to get up pretty early on a Saturday morning to catch the Lancers, but here they're catching it kind of middle of the day heading into mealtime. So
yeah, they might be at work a little bit.
Yeah.
Got to finish the workday before the game starts. Also got to shout out our fans listening down in Texas. We had a lot of them make the trip up for the last home game at Midland as well. Obviously, Mount Marty recruits very heavily down in Texas as well. Some California, everybody out of town. Certainly appreciate you listening to us.
And tell your friends and neighbors about the broadcast. If you can't catch us on the radio, listen online, watch on YouTube. Pass along that information. We want to hear from you, and we also want to make sure that you let all your friends know that Lancer football on the air tonight in many ways, that you can join us here at Crane-Youngworth Field. The Lancers last week went on the road against Northwestern, lost 52-8, and Northwestern, they just looked like a well-oiled machine, a team that in Northwestern's case, they only have one loss. That was on the road to Morningside. First game of the year, 30-29 the final score. Northwestern has bounced back well. They proved why they're a top 5 team, currently ranked number 4. And it was just the case where Mount Marty, I don't necessarily think they played bad. I just think Northwestern just played that well. And the execution from the Red Raiders, you got to tip your hat to them.
Yeah, it was exactly that, as you said. It was number 4 looking like number 4. They showed exactly why they're a top 5 team in this country. It was exactly what was expected to them to come out and beat the Lancers, and they did exactly that. The Lancers fought, and I thought they fought pretty well for parts of that game, but a couple plays go different, couple of turnovers come back. It's a little bit of a different ball game, but man, Northwestern, as you said, they were just playing lights out.
Last year when these teams met, it was in Sioux Center, ironically about the same time of the year. It was October 9th, and that was a 63-21 win in favor of Dordt. Dordt was just on fire last year playing over in Sioux Center. They look like a team with very few weaknesses. Coming into today, the defenders are a bit banged up. They're going to have to dig down deep to find out what they're made of. They've had the extra week to think it over, to plan, to get some players back from injury. The defenders are a team, when you look at them on paper, they're going to run the football. They're only passing for 116 yards a game, but as a team, 260 yards on the ground. And I tell, it's not just one guy that carries the load for the defenders on offense.
No, it's not. They've got two different guys north of 40 carries, a third guy with 28. They're doing really, really good things running the football, and it all starts with their quarterback, who honestly is kind of a run-first quarterback. He's got 56 rushes on the season, only 28 completed passes. Cade McDaniel is a fast man, a young quarterback that can really take care of the football and run it very effectively.
They'll run that option offense, and even their wideouts will get some carries. Chase Tompkins, one of their backup receivers, has 16 carries and is averaging nearly 6 yards a carry. You just don't know with that option offense who's going to carry the football. Most of the time it's the quarterback, but they can surprise you. McDaniel on the year, 5 passing touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Now, not a high percentage as far as completions, just 42%, but he has run for 225 yards on the ground. They're a team that likes to spread it around. We're going to hear from Joel Penner, the head coach for the defenders, after we take this 2-minute timeout. This is the Coors Light Miller Lite pregame show. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. More to come. We're less than a half hour from kickoff between the defenders and the Lancers. This is Mount Marty football right here on KYNT.
First Dakota is giving away new Ford F-150s to celebrate 150 years as a South Dakota bank. We owe it to the countless customers who have trusted us with their banking since 1872. And we want to say thanks by giving back. Nominate someone you know to win a new Ford pickup or go to firstdakota.com/150. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
Not all funerals are the same, and neither are funeral homes. This is Paul Wintz of the Wintz & Ray Funeral Home and Cremation Service in Yankton. A death in a family is one of life's most significant events. We understand the importance of such an event and realize there are no second chances. We will guide you through all your options so you are comfortable with the services chosen. Our experience, professionalism, compassion, and attention to detail will ensure everything is perfect. Wintz & Ray Funeral Home, Yankton.
Weather changes can cause a small chip in your windshield to become a crack or a small crack to become even larger. So if you've got a chipped or cracked windshield, trust Abra Auto Body and Glass of Yankton and the all-day, everyday $249 windshield replacement. That's right. Most windshields replace with the best replacement technology and top quality materials for only $249. Don't let a chipped or cracked windshield impair your driving. Call Abra Auto Body and Glass today. Locally owned and operated by Northtown Automotive, North Highway 81, Yankton.
Support a local business that supports schools and events and provides fuel discounts for Yankton's largest employers, Triple Time Rudy's. At Triple Time Rudy's, you get that local friendly feel and also a unique offering of products. You'll find quality South Dakota products like Dimmick cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers, plus quality fuel products too. Conveniently located at 17th and Broadway for your daily fill-ups and convenience needs. Pull in to Triple Time Rudy's today.
Back on the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Always remember to drink responsibly. Go to our opposing coach interview, Coach Joel Penner from Dordt University on the line now. Coach Penner, it's about noon on Friday. You're heading up to Mount Marty. When are you leaving?
Yeah, we'll hit the road around 2:45 today. Excited to get up there. I have not yet been to this venue, so we're excited to have an experience on a Friday night.
Absolutely. Friday night lights, but make it college football. When's the last time you played or coached on a Friday evening?
1996, and I'm dating myself now. That's my senior year of high school.
1996. You were certainly ready for that question. You were thinking about this week, weren't you?
Yeah, because I thought about it. Our staff talked about it today. We were in our staff meeting. We were reminiscing on Friday Night Lights, and inevitably, I'm the one who hasn't experienced it any time recently. So.
I gotcha. Coach Micheletti, I think he said 2006 was the last time he'd played or coached on a Friday night, which is interesting. So for pretty much everybody involved in this one, this is an entirely new experience. Where did this kind of come from, this Friday night game?
Well, this was a request made by Mount Marty's athletic director looking ahead. Last spring, I think, we got the email requesting if we would be willing to do this. And I think it's a win-win. I mean, helps you guys out, and we're coming off a bye week, so why not? We've been sitting around waiting to play a game, so let's go.
Well, let's talk about that bye week. One of the best things of the bye week is getting healthy. So what's the injury report for Dordt? You get some players back?
Yeah, we needed the week off because we had a bit of a decimation in our last game offensively with some injuries, and we'll get a couple guys back through the bye. I think that helped, but yeah, not all of them for sure. And but next man up, how that goes. And so, but the bumps and the bruises that everyone has that wouldn't keep you out of a game. I think we did a good job this week of really letting our guys heal, and so it's been a good week for us that way.
Coach Penner, let's talk about your quarterback and your offensive scheme. Cade McDaniel has had a pretty good season to this point. Throwing the ball, he's 28 completed passes. He runs the ball 56 times. Definitely a running quarterback, but he's got an arm as well. Tell me about your passer.
Yeah, Cade's a sophomore in our program, and just I would say a developing future awesome quarterback. I think he came in for us last year, started a couple games. We did a lot of quarterback rotation last year, so we got some great freshman experience, which I think really has been good for him going into this year. We do ask a lot of our quarterbacks in terms of running the ball. We're kind of a triple option style offense, so our quarterbacks have to be guys who are willing and able runners, but also guys who throw it around, because we do want to have that some of that balance, in their offense. So Cade's done a nice job, and he'll keep getting better as he gets older.
Let's talk about your offensive scheme as a whole with this Lancer defense. What have you seen on film this week from the Lancer defense, and how are you preparing for them?
Yeah, they do a nice job. I can see some of the roster moves from last season and just the development of their personnel, and some new faces through the transfer market, and also just the development of who they've had. I do think they're doing a great job. They do a good job of working at taking away the offense's right hand. And so, yeah, we're prepared for a dogfight tonight, and that's definitely been our message to our team.
Mount Marty has proven to be a fairly balanced team to this point in the season, using play action to really open up the passing game, and their running game has been effective. How are you planning to stop them on defense?
Yeah, I think they're really good offensively in terms of just being methodical. We've spent a lot of time just working on no cheap plays. Offenses can kind of hammer away and then hit you deep, and you may have an otherwise great defensive series that went poorly because we weren't taking care of things on the back end. And so Mount Marty's done an awesome job with deep shots and getting receivers open downfield. And so, yeah, at the same time, you have to take care of what's happening up front, and really efficient quarterback play. When he's in a rhythm, that's a problem for defenses. And so I think we've tried to just plan for some of those things that I would say are their right hand. You always want to take away a right hand and force a team to be left-handed. The challenge with this offense is they're ambidextrous a little bit, and so they're able to do multiple things that are hard to stop.
Well, Coach Penner, I appreciate you taking the time to talk with me today. Drive safe. We'll see you up in Yankton here in a couple hours.
Can't wait. Thanks so much.
The Dakota Beverage pregame show. Let's take a break. We'll be back and continue right after this.
Mount Marty Lancer Athletics on KYNT and KYNTV, courtesy of Shinerbach. Brewed with rich roasted barley malt and German specialty hops, this lightly hopped American-style dark lager always goes down easy. This football season, or any season, tip back a Bach. Paired perfectly with tailgating, porch sitting, washer tossing, dog petting, and literally anything. Shinerbach, available year-round at your favorite place to buy beer.
You want peace of mind that you're healthy. Support your breast health by getting a mammogram every year starting at age 40. Multiple Avera Breast Center locations across the region offer easy access. We'll create a screening plan that makes sense for you. You have access to specialized breast cancer experts should you need it. Find a screening location near you at avera.org/breast.
United Way of Greater Yankton changes lives and improves our community by mobilizing people and resources to drive strategic impact in education, financial stability, and health of every person in the Greater Yankton community. United Way uplifts individuals and families every day with measurable programs that deliver long-term results. Make your gift United Way's Community Impact Fund, supporting over 65 local programs at yanktonunitedway.org/give or text Yankton to 41444.
With grain carts getting bigger and better every year, don't you think it's time to outfit them accordingly? Sherco's 4500 Series HD electric tarp works seamlessly with existing Sherlock tarps. The heavy-duty extruded arms are the strongest on the market and come with a lifetime warranty. Operating is easy and convenient with one of our smart remote options that let you open and close your tarp with the push of a button. Call to order yours today at 1-800-474-8756. When you need to be sure, make it Sherco.
Under clear skies, 50 degrees the temperature, no wind here tonight at Crane-Youngworth Field. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum, getting you ready for Dordt versus Mount Marty in college football. It's time now to meet the starting lineups, brought to you by Slumberland. They have free interior design service, plus great brands like Tempur-Pedic, Lazy Boy, and Flex Steel. It's Slumberland. They're in Broadway, or on Broadway, I should say, here in Yankton with the starting lineups. Here's Tehl Tanner.
Absolutely. We're running out of time here. We've been talking too much about an amazing game coming up, so we got to get through them. Started off with the big boys up front. The left tackle, Mason Parker, a 6'2", 315-pound junior. The left guard, Anil Pastrana, 6'1", 317-pound sophomore. The center, Kiko Nunez, 6'1", 333-pound junior. Right guard, Pablo Medina, 6', 296-pound junior. And the right tackle, Xavier Gable, a 6'1", 287-pound sophomore. Go to the pass catchers, starting off with the tight end. We spoke to him earlier in the show. Rex Reichen, a 6'3", 240-pound junior. The wide receivers, Austin Vigance, a 5'11", 226-pound sophomore. Wide receiver, Jonah Miyazawa, 5'11", 176-pound junior. And Trey Hansen, 6', 166-pound sophomore. The starting running back for the Lancers today, Isaiah Thompson, 5'11", 206-pound junior. And the starting quarterback, Ken Gay II, 6'2", 215-pound sophomore.
The Lancers averaging 23.5 points per game, 197 through the air, 162 on the ground, 359 total. Let's meet the Lancer defense.
Started off up front as usual, Tavita Tomosi, a 6'1", 236-pound senior on the left edge. The nose tackle is Dalen Norman, 6'2", 273-pound sophomore. And the right end, Tyrell Klein, a 6', 250-pound sophomore. The linebacker core, starting out on the outside, Cameron Middleton on the left side, 6'1", 226-pound sophomore. The middle linebacker, Josh Pickthorne, 5'10", 197-pound freshman. Middle linebacker Drew Pendleton, a 5'11", 214-pound senior. Outside linebacker Brandon Dannenbring, a 6', 228-pound sophomore. Go to the secondary, Marcus Janofin back in the starting lineup, returning from injury this week, 6'2", 187-pound sophomore. Free safety Avery Rice, a 5'11", 171-pound senior. And the strong safety Jaron Mortensen, a 6'1", 190-pound senior. And another corner, Josiah Gaetani, a 5'9", 158-pound sophomore.
The Lancers defensively giving up 172 yards a game on the ground, 167 through the air, 340 total. They've got 4 sacks, 1 interception. They surrender 29 points per game. Let's meet the Dordt defenders.
Started off on offense up front as usual. Ethan Hansen, the left tackle, 6'2", 270-pound freshman. The left guard, Patrick Tovar, a 5'11", 270-pound senior. The center, Liam Sorensen, a 6'1", 290-pound sophomore. Right guard, Nathan Warner, 6'3", 280-pound sophomore. Right tackle, Parker Beck, a 6'3", 296-pound sophomore. Pass catchers started off with a tight end, Hayden Large, a 6'4", 240-pound junior. The wide receivers, Eli Bolden, a 6'2", 190-pound senior. Wide receiver, Jaden Huzma, 6'6", 210-pound junior, big wide receiver there. Wide receiver Ethan Thomas, 6 foot, 195-pound senior. Starting running back Anthony Trojan today, a 5'9", 200-pound senior. And the starting quarterback Cade McDaniel, 6 foot, 180-pound sophomore.
The defenders average 260 yards a game on the ground, 116 through the air. That's 376 total, 26 points per game. The defender defense, here they are.
Started off up front, Colton Vanderberg, a 6 foot, 250-pound senior. The left tack, or the go to the nose tackles, left side, 6'1", 260-pound senior. Jessup Leakey, a nose tackle. Sam Andrews, 6 foot, 275-pound senior. Right end, Drew Daum, a 6 foot, 230-pound junior. Go to the linebackers, Tyler Waringa, a 6 foot, 210-pound sophomore. Middle linebacker, Tanner Milliken, 5'11", 215-pound junior. And the right side of the linebacker core, Bryce Christian, a 6 foot, 200-pound sophomore. The secondary, Chip Casey, a 5'11", 180-pound sophomore. Other corner, Grant Hickson, 5'11", 185-pound sophomore. The safeties, the free safety is Abe Stays, 6 foot, 180-pound sophomore. And Dan Youngling, a 6 foot, 195-pound junior, the strong safety.
The defenders give up 83.5 yards per game on the ground. Very stingy defense versus the opposition's running game. 214 through the air, 297.5 yards per game. That's what they give up. They've registered 9 sacks, 6 interceptions. Interesting to note, Chip Casey, his dad is former NFL kicker John Casey. That is his son. He kicked for the Panthers, among many other teams. That's the starting lineups, brought to you by Slumberland. We're going to take a timeout and hear from John Micheletti. This is the pregame show brought to you by Coors Light and Miller Lite. Back with that Konish interview after this timeout right here on KYNT.
Ride further, ride faster. Ride with confidence on an electric Townie Go e-bike. This is Ken at Ace Bike and Fitness. These electric bikes are easy and fun to use with ride power that will make you want to go forever. Whether you need a little push or you want the bike to do most of the work, the electric Townie Go combines comfort, stability, and performance, plus more affordable, truly making them the e-bike for everyone. Just get on and go with an electric Townie Go e-bike from Ace Bike and Fitness.
Bring the crew to Pete's Ranch in Yankton. This is Annie, and we have legendary pizza and chicken just waiting for you on our buffet. Let us know what you're craving, and we'll make it fresh and bring you the first slice. Or let us deliver right to your front door. Your locally owned Yankton Pizza Ranch on Broadway, 665-1222.
It's where life tastes better. Surround 'em up and head her down to the Pizza Ranch.
Whoa, that's good.
Take advantage of your home's increased value and put that towards your next move. Maybe that move is to your larger dream home, or maybe you want to move to something smaller and have less debt. Either way, now is the time to evaluate your equity. Call the Move Group and our professional real estate team can give you a no-obligation assessment and make a recommendation for your next move. So when you're ready to move, make the move with Mason and the Move Group.
Oktoberfest is a brief moment of fall beer drinking beauty. So have Samuel Adams Oktoberfest on hand as the nights get cooler and the days a little shorter. Smooth taste with the roasty sweetness and light hop character that's only available for a short time. Kick off cooler weather with food and friends and don't miss a moment with Samuel Adams Oktoberfest. Grab it while you can at your favorite place to buy beer.
Back in the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. I'm Tehl Tanner. Let's go to our coach interview from Sherco. When you need to be sure, make it Sherco. Friday morning, John Micheletti in the booth. Friday Night Lights College Football Edition. Your first home game since forever. It's only your second one of the season, and it's mid-October, I guess October 7th. Still, what's it like coming home, John?
Yeah, we're super excited to get back home. Obviously love the home environment that we have here with the support from the town and obviously Mount Marty, but glad to be home, glad to try something new here, going to Friday Night Light style, and excited we're going to be doing a whiteout too to try to influence a little bit more fan interaction as well.
That still feels weird to me. Friday Night Lights, but College Football Edition. When's the last time you've coached or played on a Friday night?
It has been since, let's see, 2006.
2006. That's a while.
So it's been a little bit.
It's
so.
been a little bit. So where
Yeah.
did this idea come from? When did that? Why is this a thing?
Honestly, it's because the band is on the field on Saturday. So
I like it. Okay, it makes sense.
Yeah, so it was one of those things that they've been planned out for a while, and we're still the new guy on the block. So we got scheduled in late there, and it works well with Dordt, obviously. So I was glad for this to have them agree to that. And it turned into some fun stuff here, and I think it worked out well having Yankton on the Yankton High School on the road on Saturday. Don't have to interact with USD at all. It's just nothing but Mount Marty on Friday night.
Nothing but Mount Marty for sure. You expecting a big crowd tonight then?
I am. I know that the temperatures look to drop a little bit more, but I think we got some tough fans that'll be out there supporting us.
Let's talk about that. The temperature tonight going to be low for the first time this season. Right at the moment, it looking like at around 7 p.m. You got about 45 degrees, 46 degrees at kickoff. What are you expecting in terms of field conditions?
Yeah, the one thing is we don't have to worry about the turf getting too hot. So
that's very nice.
Yeah, no, I've always been anxious to actually play a night game at Crane just because of the way that it is designed there and how the sun sets. So, but it looks like by the time we kick off, the sun will be set by then, so we don't have to deal with any of that part. But very much looking forward to staying warm tonight, but having some fun in underneath the lights.
Absolutely. Let's talk about your opponent, the Dordt Defenders, 2-2 on the season. Dordt is one of the teams in the GPAC that has had a very rich history over the last couple years. They defeated Briar Cliff and Dakota Wesleyan, losses to Morningside, and an overtime loss to Doane last week. They are a running football team. What do you see from the Defenders? Yeah, honestly, that was something our staff talked about, was their run game and how similar it is to ours. Obviously, they do a little bit more option on it, but if you look at the guys up front, it is almost the exact same blocking scheme that we use in our run game. So the good part was practice each and every week. We got to do a lot of good on good, a lot of ones on ones, twos on twos, things like that. Didn't have to use too much of a scout team because we are running the same offense. The defense is pretty similar as well. So it's something our guys are used to. It's just about our guys being disciplined and being able to make the play when it's their time to make the play. Does the strategy change a little bit when you have a dual threat quarterback like Cade McDaniel? He's coming into this game with only 28 completed passes and 56 rushing attempts. This is a guy who runs the ball. How does the defensive strategy shift? Yeah, obviously we have to make sure that our quarterback guy is aware of that, understanding that he does have a little bit more speed, so we have to honor that and respect that a little bit more. But it allows our safeties to be able to change some of their alignments at times, corners, things like that, and allow us to get in a few different checks to stop the run-heavy offense and not so much the defense. Now, usually when you get teams that are so high run-heavy like that, they try to lull you to sleep a little bit and then try to steal a big one with the pass. So that'll be our biggest thing tonight, was to be our defensive backs, making sure they're staying disciplined and keeping the guys in front of them. Coach, a lot of your players are very familiar with the feel of Crane on Friday night, including Rex Reichen, who was in the booth just a little bit earlier in the pregame show. Does that give you a little bit of knowing what's going on and a little bit of ease the feelings of the other guys with the night games? For sure. I think there'll be a little bit different of a feel for the environment, but there's a lot of guys that, like you said, that have felt this before, will feel at home at this. So I think we'll have a little bit of advantage of that tonight. Give me the injury report for today. Yeah, we're getting a lot of guys back, which is good. Unfortunately, Jonas Kelp did roll his ankle again. It was just one of those things that didn't really heal up right after the game, and so we're going to sit him out tonight in the game. But we're getting some guys back there. Marcus will be back. Josiah Gaetani will be back again for the second week. So we're starting to get some guys back in some key spots. And looking forward to see the next guy up there on the offensive line, because we had quite a few guys been rotating there, and they've been doing a good job of stepping up. So excited to see them go out tonight. First night game at Crane in Mount Marty's history. I'm excited for this one, John. Good luck tonight. Thanks, Tehl. This is the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. That interview from Sherco. When you need to be sure, make it Sherco. We'll be back with the opening kickoff right after this.
Don't just bank, be an explorer. Here at Explorers Credit Union, we do banking differently. As a not-for-profit, member-owned credit union, we know that financial wellness isn't a destination, it's a journey. We're here to help you set goals and reach them with the financial tools, expertise, and support you need. If you're looking for better rates on your loans and local service from your friends and neighbors, Explorers Credit Union has you covered. Learn how we can help your financial journey at explorerscu.com.
It's not too early to start protecting against influenza, and the single most important step is to get your flu shot. Yankton Medical Clinic PC offers the vaccine to all those 6 months and older and is hosting drive-through flu shot clinics with no appointment necessary, Tuesday, October 11th and Wednesday, October 12th from 4 to 6 p.m. Visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com/flu for information and registration forms. Keep yourself and those you love healthy this flu season. Yankton Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home.
Getting the kids to practice on time. Remembering if it's your day to bring snacks. Making it to the game with a clean jersey. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with auto owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. Auto Owners works with independent agents who answer when you call, so you can worry about more important things, like whether your kid is going to run toward first or third base. That's simple human sense.
Don't gamble. Insure with MT&RC Smith Insurance in Yankton, your independent agent for home, business, auto, life, and bonds. MTRCSmithInsurance.com.
Do you have dry, sore, or irritated eyes? If so, you may have dry eye. At Vision Care Associates, we offer a simple, fast, and non-surgical procedure to treat black glands in your eyelids that can help your eyes to feel comfortable again. Schedule an appointment with Dr. Fieser to find out about dry eye treatment with our newest technology.
Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first.
What's special about Slumberland is ours is a free service. They get to come into our store. It helps the customer understand how the space is going to work so that they don't feel nervous about their purchase. If you live locally, you can set up an appointment with one of our sales representatives where we can come into your home and help you understand if you want to go shopping in your own home and bring some different pieces in to help them work with maybe the new piece you're looking for.
Free interior design service at Yankton Slumberland, located at 2401 Broadway Avenue.
All right, we're ready to get underway here in just a few moments, as it will be the Mount Marty Lancers playing host to the Dordt Defenders here on a Friday night. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Tehl, keys to the game and final thoughts.
Keys to the game for the Mount Marty Lancers. Their quarterback guy is the way that John Micheletti described him in my pregame interview. Their spotter that's going to be having an eye on the quarterback all game long. That is going to be a massive player for the Lancers because we know Cade McDaniel runs the football very effectively. The Lancers have got to take away the quarterback's running ability. From there, they're going to have some success with the Dordt offense. For the defenders, they've got to stop the Lancer run. We saw it last week against Northwestern. The Lancers' bread and butter is running the football, and the Lancers last week against Northwestern were unable to do that. That Northwestern front seven shut down the run, turned the Lancers into one of the best analogies I've heard in a while, left-handed, as Joel Penner described it in the pregame. Take away their right hand, and the Lancers struggle. That's going to be the key for Dordt today, is stuffing the box with the front seven and stopping the running game. I thought that was one of the best analogies I've heard in a while, saying the Lancers are a bit ambidextrous, saying they have their right hand and their left hand. Dordt's going to try and take away the right hand tonight.
I've never heard a coach describe it. They take away a side of the field, but we'll see how that plays out. Looks like Dordt has won the toss, as they're doing the coin toss right now at the 50-yard line. So the teams will line up, and our referee will make the signal here. Dordt has won the toss. They have deferred, so it will be the Lancers getting their hands on the football first. Our referee crew for tonight. The referee is Matthew Wilkinson. The umpire, Adam Smith. The line judge, Tanner Westerholt. The headline judge is Craig Tarr. The side judge is Lewis Young. The field judge is Brandon Hanukkah. And the back judge is Marcus Marinkovic. And that is our officiating crew for tonight. It'll be the Lancers with the whiteout, the all-white uniforms, the gold helmets, the navy blue numbers and letters, the black uniforms for Dordt with the gold numbers and letters. It's kind of like a high school feel here on a Friday night, but it's college football on the field tonight. The Lancers and the Defenders. We thank you for tuning in to the Coors Light Miller Lite Show, and really anticipating a great game here tonight. The first half of tonight's football game brought to you by Vision Real Estate, where their focus is always on you. It will be Dordt kicking off 50 degrees currently, clear skies, no wind. It could get down to about 40 degrees when all is said and done here tonight at Crane-Youngworth. We've had a lot of hot days so far. One day, at Hastings it was kind of cool, but it is going to definitely be chilly tonight. It is Hansen and Herman dropping back deep, anticipating the kickoff from Fulton Gunderson. We got 15 minutes on the clock. The referee signals that they're ready. Here comes Gunderson, and we are underway with a high end-over-end kick at the 8-yard line. Herman on the left side of the field goes to the middle, spins through a couple, and he breaks free for a moment at the 25, but then he's gang tackled, and that's where the Lancers will set up shop, 1st and 10.
All right, here we go. Lancer offense on the field. First night game at Crane in Lancer history. You know they want to come out and make a statement on this opening drive.
Lancer football brought to you in part by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect rock to road. It'll be the pistol formation. Thompson at running back. Here comes a man in motion. That's Vigans. Low snap, and it's a busted play. Gay runs to his left, now shifts back to his right, gets a block. He's circled, and he's trapped, and he'll be thrown for about a 1-yard loss, as that was a broken play.
Yeah, that's not what you want right now. As you start off this game, not a great snap there in the ground. Had to jump on that. Ken Gay tried to get back to the line of scrimmage. 1-yard loss on 1st down. Now you got to shake that off, get rid of those nerves, and execute on 2nd down.
It'll be the shotgun sets. Thompson will stand to the left of his quarterback. 2 receivers out to the left-handed side. Pass over the middle. Man open. Caught by Reichen, out of bounds at the 45.
And that is how you answer right there. You really have a really bad first play of the ball game, but your second play gets you downfield. You look for one of your veteran players in Rex Reichen. Very well executed by the Lancers.
1st and 10, first drive of the game for either team. Now Thompson up the middle. He swarmed under, but he got maybe close to 3 yards on that play with forward progress. The line of scrimmage was the 44. He got to the 47.
Lancer running backs cores this season has been a little bit shaken up. We know that with Kuanishi Gaia, who was their starting running back all last season. Still, we have not seen him in a few weeks, but they've still been able to put up some numbers. 161 rushing yards a game for the Lancers.
Tyree Morrison back in action tonight. We expect him as Thompson gets the handoff, plows up the middle, keeps the legs churning, moves a pile of bodies, and he gets the 1st down all the way to the 46-yard line. Now they're going to give him the 45, move the chains. 1st down, determining running there by Isaiah Thompson, the junior out of San Diego. Pistol formation, 4 wide receivers, 2 each side. 1st and 10 from the defender's 45. It's going to be Gay on the keeper, running to his right, and he'll get 4 yards. Faked the handoff to Thompson, kept it himself, and had a little bit of opening on that right side.
Just had enough to take off with it. Bring up 2nd and manageable for the Lancers.
Ken Gay, the 2nd, out of Plain Dealing, Louisiana, very fast. Has 81 yards rushing. Of course, he's been sacked a few times, and those sacks, of course, count against his rushing attack. 3 receivers to the left. Now there's Vigans in motion over to the right-hand side. Shotgun set. Straight drop back. Blitz coming. Steps up. Throws. Thompson, the outlet man. Big hole on the left side to the middle of the field. He's across the 35 to the 32. Move the chains. 1st down. A smart play by Ken Gay, the quarterback. Saw that everybody was covered downfield, but his outlet man was open.
Lancers are running a very effective first drive of this ball game, and now you see their bread and butter going quick.
Now they're going to have a rollout to the right. Throw on the run. Caught. Hansen across the 25. Near the 22 is where he's forced out of bounds. And are they going to move the chains? Nope. No, now they are. Now, for a moment, they weren't sure, but now they will. Abe Stays, the free safety, made the tackle on that last play. 1st down and 10. Lancers on the move here in the early going. 11:47 left to go, 1st quarter. Pistol formation, 2 receivers to the right. Here comes Hansen in motion. And it'll be Thompson to the right side. Has a hole to the 20, to the 15. Keeps the legs churning to the 10, to the 8-yard line. Wow, Isaiah Thompson is running very determined.
Lancers are really putting together a very good first drive of this ballgame. Isaiah Thompson now over 300 yards on the season on the ground with 3 touchdowns. Looking for his 4th here on this drive. He's running with passion.
First and goal from the 8-yard line. 2 receivers out to the right. Pistol formation. Now here comes Miyazawa in motion. Handoff. Thompson hitting the backfield. Riken trying to help him forward. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe, I thought maybe a half a yard. But, boy, there was a good surge there by the Dordt defense to break up that play. Second and goal from the 9. Under 11 minutes left to go. Just underway. First quarter. Opening drive for Mount Marty. They operate left to right on your radio dial. And they have been moving the ball effectively, both in the air and on the ground on this first drive. 2 receivers, Hansen, Miyazawa out to the left. Pistol formation. Gay turns around, says something to his running back, puts Hansen in motion. It's a screen pass. Hansen, left side, trapped behind the line, tackled at the 10, 2-yard loss. The defenders had that well scouted.
Yeah, they really had that one under wraps there. I believe that was Drew Dahm, the right edge there, who was able to come down and make that play.
Yep, now it's 3rd and goal from the 10 on the left hash mark. 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Gay, the quarterback, shotgun set, running back to his right. Now they'll ease up and look to the sideline for a play with 15 on the play clock. 4-man front for the defenders. Straight drop back. Here comes some pressure. Gay being pressured, and he's going to escape. Roll out to his right. Throws on the run, incomplete. Intended for his running back, Thompson, and he had a linebacker there with him, Bryce Christian, and it's incomplete. And out comes the field goal unit, and that'll bring out Davin Quayle, who's 2 of 3, his long 25 yards. And this will be about a 27-yard field goal from the left hash mark. No wind tonight, clear skies. And it is Jace Manker, the holder. Dordt fans making some noise. Good snap. It's on the ground. The kick on the way. It is good. 9:41 left. First quarter, Lancers 3, Dordt nothing. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds. This is Lancer football on KYNT.
FM 1021 and AM 1450 KYNT. Yankton.
For signs of all kinds, it's SignTech. See SignTech for all your signage needs. From magnets, vinyl banners, to illuminated and digital signing, plus truck and vinyl lettering. SignTech does it all. Sales, service, and installation. Need a sign of any kind? Call 605-665-2957. Your local full-service sign shop is SignTech, 3206 East Highway 50, Yankton.
11 plays, 64 yards, and a field goal on 5 minutes and 19 seconds of possession. Lancers up 3-0 over the Dordt defenders, along with Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you here. A good drive. It stalled in the red zone, but 3 points nonetheless for Mount Marty, as Trevor Fitzgerald's going to get set to kick it off. It's a squib kick, and it's collected at the 20-yard line by one of the up men, and he has a hole across the 30 and stopped around the 34-yard line. And on that return was Connor Dodd, one of the wide receivers.
Well, some good field position for Dordt starting this one off. I'm pretty excited to see this Lancer defense on the field now. They've played pretty well to this season, especially when you look at their schedule. They've played 2 ranked teams in Northwestern and Midland, and then 5-1 Hastings. The other 2 teams they played, they defeated, so I'm excited to see this Lancer team.
Yep, this will be 3 men in the backfield. Play action. McDaniel throws the long ball, and it's intercepted! And that's going to be Gaetani running out of bounds at the Lancer 36-yard line. Gaetani, that's his 2nd interception of the season.
That was a great job by the corner. He got his start today after that interception at Northwestern, earned his spot in the starting lineup, and an interception on the first offensive play of the game for Dordt. Disaster for the defenders on the road in a night game. This environment, you know it's crazy. Lancers now with up 3, they get the ball right back and their offense is on the field.
Time to capitalize if you're the Lancers. Shotgun set. Thompson stands to the left of his quarterback, takes the snap. It's going to be a handoff. Here's Thompson around the right side. He'll scoot across the 40-yard line, and there he's run out of bounds. Lancer football brought to you by Core Trust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. It's Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust, member FDIC. Gained about 4 yards. No, we'll call it 3. 2nd and 7 coming up. Ball right at the 40-yard line. The original line of scrimmage was the 37. Now here come 3 receivers out to the left side. Pistol formation. And now here comes Vigans in motion. Wing back on the left side now. Handoff up the middle. Thompson running hard. Only got about 2 yards to the 42. Sets up 3rd and 5.
Christian on the stop for Dordt.
For Dordt, you got to think you need a stop here. For the Lancers, you just got the turnover. You need to get some more points on the board. 3rd down and 5. Shotgun set, and now there's motion and penalty flags fly, and that's going to cost the Lancers 5 yards. That's the first penalty of the game.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we didn't talk about enough in pregame is how this game really needs to be clean for the Lancers, especially when it comes to the penalties. Got to cut down on the penalties today. That was the first one, and that was a big one because this is a huge 3rd down, and now it's 3rd and long.
For the Lancers, they'll send out 2 receivers to the left-hand side, 2 out to the right. Thompson, the lone setback, stands to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Now he'll clear out. Empty backfield, straight drop back, 4-man rush. Gay has time, and he's being pressured, and he's sacked in the backfield back at the 28-yard line. Just took too long, and Colton Vandenberg gets his first sack of the year, the senior out of Brookfield, Wisconsin. And the Dordt defense did their job. They held. And now the Lancers have to punt it away with Trevor Fitzgerald. No win tonight, averaging over 37 yards per punt. He stands at his own 15-yard line. Evan Jordal stands back deep at his own 36-yard line. Snap on target. Here comes some pressure, but he gets it away. High punt, short, and it's going to bounce off of a defender. There's a big pile up at the 30-yard line or near the 33. Lancers say they've got it. Who has it at the bottom of the pile? The referees will unstack them. Mount Marty football on the mishandled punt return. Who came out of the pile with the football? I think it might have been Drew Pendleton. Or was it Jalen Herman?
I believe it was Jalen Herman who came up with that one. That's an amazing play for the Lancers. Their second big break of this first quarter. First the interception and then the punt. Able to get 2 balls back, and this extends the drive that just stalled. That was the first sack of the season for Colton Vanderberg, and it was a huge one. And all of a sudden, the Lancers have new life inside of the 35.
From the 33, here comes the blitz. Thompson up the middle, runs into a brick wall, got 1 yard, and that's all. Special teams are an important factor in this game. Coach Penner will tell you that, and he can't be too happy because his team has only run 1 play on offense so far. We're coming up on the 7-minute mark here in the first quarter. Gay takes the snap, rolls, throws, caught on the run to the 25-yard line. Hansen collects it at the 22. Move the chains. First down.
You know, Trey Hansen's a guy who has really worked for his position in this starting lineup, a guy who worked for it all last season. He's a speed guy, an option guy the Lancers were able to use with him and Trevor Fitzgerald kind of going back and forth. This season, he's earned his spot as a starter and done very, very well with it. He has 2 touchdowns on the season, over 120 yards receiving.
Yeah, one of those touchdowns was their only touchdown last week, that 50-yard strike. Pistol formation, blitz coming, screen pass. Fitzgerald on the right side gets a block. He's pushed out of bounds near the 14-yard line.
Well, there's the other one of the two guys I just mentioned, Trevor Fitzgerald, a very athletic man. That's his position on the field, honestly, is athlete. The Lancers can put him wherever they need to. He's their punter because he can make plays with his legs. We saw it at Briar Cliff. He had a 50-yard run on 4th down once.
Pistol formation, play action. Now Gay runs it up the middle, slips by a man, tripped up at the 10, and he's down at the 8-yard line. If he isn't tripped up, there's nothing but open field in front of him, and that would have been a touchdown.
I think that was Grant Hickson, the cornerback for Dordt, who just dove from behind, was able to just tap his ankle just enough to get him on the ground. That was a touchdown saver. There was nothing but green grass in front of Ken Gay.
First and goal from the 9-yard line for Mount Marty. 5:45 and counting. First quarter, Lancers 3, Defenders nothing. Pistol formation, one receiver each side. Now here comes Hansen in motion. It's going to be Thompson up the middle, gets to the 8-yard line, only a gain of about a yard. Mount Marty football brought to you in part by the Meat Lodge. Want top quality meat at great prices? Head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. Second and goal coming up. Miyazawa trots out to the right side. Fitzgerald in the game at a wideout. He's out to the left. Vegan's at a wingback right side. Shotgun set. Now here comes Fitzgerald in motion behind everybody. He'll circle around, roll out, throw, caught. Fitzgerald, touchdown! Oh, what a catch on the rollout by Ken Gay.
That was a great job by Trevor Fitzgerald as well, catching that one, his first touchdown catch of the season. Trevor Fitzgerald's a man who just works for it. You know, he's had a couple of slumps this season. He's been battling illness at the beginning of the season as well, and now he comes back in this game. A couple of big catches on this drive and the touchdown. Very good play from Trevor Fitzgerald.
And here comes the point after kick from Davin Quayle, who is 10 of 13 on the year. Manker is the holder. Snap good. Kick on the way. It's a low line drive, and it is short as it might have been partially blocked. 5:02 left. First quarter. Lancers 9, Dordt nothing. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
Want the speediest speeds and endless entertainment? Midco has it. Flexible, exceptional, reliable internet, TV, and phone solutions to support your busy, connected life. Whether you're working from home or streaming your series, you're covered. Easy installation options, steadfast service, all from the friendliest folks in the business. Ready to get started? Fantastic. Head over to midco.com.
6 plays on that last drive. They went 33 yards, and they took about 4 minutes and 23 seconds off the clock. And they got a touchdown. The point after kick partially blocked, no good. It's 9-0 Lancers. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you here. Boy, we're almost 10 minutes into this game. How many plays have the defenders run on offense, Tehl?
They have ran a singular play, a single one play, and that was an interception downfield. Cade McDaniel threw it to Josiah Gaetani. Very good play on defense for the Lancers.
Squib kick taken by one of the up men already at the 40-yard line was the return man Nick Wellen, the running back out of Brush, Colorado, in good field position here for the defenders.
A very good field position for the defenders, as you said, already across the 40. I think the Lancers are trying to keep it away from these Dordt returners back near the 10 because they are dangerous.
Yeah, Ethan Thomas averaging over 22 yards per return. For the second offensive play here with 4:58 left to go in the first quarter, here come the defenders, but they are not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. They're going to run the option play to the right side, and tackled on the end around was Ethan Thomas, the senior out of Fort Worth. No, he lost a yard on the play. Tried to go around the right side, nothing doing. Second down and 11 coming up, 4:35 and counting. Quarter number 1, 9-0. Mount Marty on top of Dordt. Pistol formation with 3 wide receivers, 2 to the right. It's a run up the middle, and that's Wellen with the ball, and he bounces off a man, and he's to the 49-yard line. They may give him forward progress to the 50. That's a gain of almost 9 yards. It'll set up 3rd down and 2.
Well, we're having a little bit of trouble on our stream with our scoreboard. We are aware and are working to fix that here. Have it back up in just a moment.
3rd down and 2 for the defenders. Pistol formation, receivers either side. Trojan in the game shifts over to the right side. Handoff, Wellen up the middle. He hits the line, surges forward. Depends on the spot. He may not have made it. The officials are going to confer, and he's a yard shy. So now, what does Coach Penner do? Well, he's sending out the punting unit, it looks like. And that's going to be Blade Coons, averaging 38 yards per punt. But from this position, with just 1 yard to go, you got to watch out for the fake.
Absolutely, you do. I'm having flashbacks right now to the Midland game on Crane-Youngworth Field. Very similar field position to this one. They just ran it right at the right edge of the line for the Lancers. They got the first down and another 10.
Defenders were a man short now. Nick Willing runs onto the field, and it will be a punt. And the left-footed punter gets it away. A fair catch going to be signaled for, but it bounces over the head of Miyazawa, and it's going to be down near the goal line at the 1 yard line. A great punt and great coverage by the defenders. That is going to be down around the 1, maybe the 2 yard line. So that's going to be about a 48 or so, 49 yard punt with no return. And the Lancers are in the shadow of their own goalpost. 1st down and 10 with a long way to go. They're at the 2 yard line. And Thompson, the running back, if he's going to be in the pistol formation, is going to be very deep in the end zone. Lancers have to be careful here. You don't want to give up the safety. 1st and 10, 2 receivers out on the right or left edge, and now Thompson clears out of the backfield. It's going to be a pass. Gay throws over the middle, wide open, caught. And into the that's the middle of the field. That's Hansen out to the 36 yard line. 1st down, and a big play by the sophomore out of Gilbert, Iowa. And quickly, here comes Mount Marty to the line of scrimmage. They'll run a play. Play action. Gay throws, outlet man, Hansen to the 40, puts his head down, gets to the 42 yard line. Decent gain on 1st down of about 7 yards.
And Mount Marty was looking for Rex Reichen there right up the right sideline. He was double teamed on the play. Good job from Ken Gay getting off that initial read, going to his 2nd man.
2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right, pistol formation. Gay takes the snap, hands off to the right side. Thompson has a big hole to midfield. He's pushed down at the 48 yard line. Move the chains. 1st down, Mount Marty. Well, that was a big hole, and you got to credit that right side of the offensive line. They just sealed everything off, and there was no defender in the area.
Yeah, no defender in the area. It was a very good read from Isaiah Thompson, bouncing that to the outside, getting into some open field. Man already has north of 35 yards in this ball game with a long of 13.
Under 2 minutes to go, 1st quarter. Mount Marty up 9-0. 2 receivers out to the left, pistol formation. Handoff. Thompson tries the left side, and he's swallowed up and thrown for a loss. Credit a couple of linebackers there. One of them was Ian McDonald, and then the backup lineman, Cooper Hidalgo. They made the tackle there for Dordt.
That's how you respond when you're Dordt. You give up a big run on one play. The very next play, you stuff them in the backfield. Hidalgo, very good recognition there, coming in and making that stop along with McDonald.
Yep. 2nd down and 12. Pistol formation, 1 receiver either side. Play action. Here comes the blitz. Gay is going to step up in the pocket, shrugs a man. He's got an open field. He's to the 40 and slides near the 39 yard line. He's just shy of the 1st down marker.
Well, that's a good play by Ken Gay, obviously extending it with his leg and then getting down. Normal at the beginning of the season, we'd see Ken Gay try and cut that upfield and take some hits at the beginning of this year. Was able to get down on that one.
Yep, he started his slide maybe a yard or so early, but you got to play it safe because, hey, it's 3rd down and 2, very manageable. Jaden Horach, the freshman running back, into the game. Pistol formation, 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Play action. Gay is in trouble, throws it up high, and Reichen tips it, but incomplete right in front of the Mount Marty bench. It would have been enough for a first down, but Gay was just throwing up a jump ball there, and in some ways lucky it wasn't picked off.
Yeah, he was just trying to give his guy a chance there on third down. Now it's got fourth. Lancer offense stays onto the field as they're past the 40-yard line of their opponent.
And they're going to go with the empty backfield. 2 receivers to the right. 3 out to the left. 4th down and 2 from the 39-yard line of the defenders. 4 men coming. Pass. Incomplete through the hands of Miyazawa at the 36. It would have been a first down, but he dropped it. Incomplete. He was open.
Yeah, just a drop by Miyazawa there. He's a guy who has 440 yards receiving this season, 3 touchdowns on 16 receptions. He's definitely a big play guy for the Lancers, averaging 88 yards a game. Just one he wishes he had back there.
Mount Marty football brought to you by Vision Real Estate, where the focus is always on you. Defenders get a break there. They've got it at their own 39. 1st and 10 with just 16 seconds left to go here in a fast-moving first quarter. 9-0 Lancers. 3 wide receivers, handoff left side. Good hole opened up and a great run by one of the backups for the Dordt defenders. I believe that was Connor Dodd, the wide receiver. They put him in at running back. And now we have got a new quarterback in, that's Zach Rosaboom. And they will not get a play off as the first quarter comes to an end. It's Mount Marty 9, Dordt nothing. Back with the second quarter in 1 minute. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Toom. This is Mount Marty football on KYNT.
These days, it seems every day is Casual Friday.
Employees now prefer comfortable, casual clothing.
And JJ Benji's is on top of it with a wide variety of clothing.
Polos, quarter zips, button shirts, t-shirts, caps, and more.
In the most popular styles and materials.
All that you can customize with your company's logo.
JJ Benji's can keep your employees looking sharp and comfortable.
JJ Benji's, 201 Pine Street, downtown Yankton.
For screen printing, embroidery, and promotional products,
JJ Benji's makes you look good.
At H&R Block of Yankton, we want you to focus on your business while we handle your books. From payroll and bookkeeping to expert tax preparation and advice, we're ready to put our expertise to work for your small business. For the year-round services and the one-on-one attention you deserve, partner with H&R Block of Yankton. Stop by our office at 21st and Broadway or call us at 605-665-3366.
Second quarter starts off with Dordt and the football near field. Play action pass. Rosaboom nearly intercepted at the 40-yard line. Incomplete. Eli Bolden, the intended receiver, but there was Josiah Gaetani, the sophomore out of Montgomery, Texas, who almost got an interception.
Yeah, that ball was thrown short. If it was on target, that would have been an interception. Gaetani cut that route short very, very well. That was almost in the hands of the Lancers right now.
McDaniel, the starting quarterback, has already thrown an interception. The backup Rosaboom is in there. He is a freshman out of Sioux Center, Iowa. Hometown kid. 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Play action, throw, screen pass over on the left side, and that is going to be Thomas. It's complete, but about a 4-yard gain or so. Quick little screen pass out to the left side.
This is interesting from Dordt going with Rosenboom, who is a freshman. This is his first game action in his career. He has not seen a snap to this point. He's been given the reins on this drive.
3rd down, we'll call it 7 from the Lancer 47-yard line. Dordt has to get to the Lancer 40 for a first down. 3 men in the backfield. Misdirection play. Rollout. Rosaboom throws. Home run ball over the middle. And it's going to be incomplete, but pass interference. It's going to be called on Mortensen as he was tangled up with Chase Tompkins, the wide receiver. And that is a tough, tough break because had Mortensen, he didn't have his head turned around. If he had been looking back for the football, he had inside position on the receiver. I think he could have picked that one off.
Yeah, absolutely could have. Honestly, the reason that one's going to be pass interference is Mortensen was a step behind the receiver going down the field, but the pass was so underthrown, the receiver had to stop in his route and try and come back to it, had to go through Jaron Mortensen to get to the pass, and that's where the pass interference came from.
Yeah, and he didn't see it. He didn't have
No.
his head turned around. You have to be looking back. Now remember, the defender has an equal right to go for the football, but you got to be looking for it. 1st and 10, there's movement on the line. Yeah, it looks like somebody got back in time as Rosaboom looks to the sideline for a play. 5 on the play clock, 3 men in the backfield. And this triple option, it's going to be a rollout. He's going to keep it. Rosaboom has a hole and gets across the 25-yard line. And boy, he takes a shot, but he hangs on to the football after he got almost 9 yards.
Yeah, he got walloped there, but a very good run on 1st down. A very good fake. Faked me out, too. I thought he handed that off.
That triple option is really, really tough to defend when properly executed because they'll have guys going in 3 different directions. If you got a quarterback that can fake it, boy, you get the defense running everywhere except to where the ball carrier is. 2nd down and 1. Pistol formation now. Rosaboom will hand off up the middle, and it's going to be a run for Dodd. Moves over from wide receiver to running back. And he'll get a 1st down inside the 20 near the 18-yard line. That's the thing that's tough about Dordt is they have guys listed as wide receivers, but they'll get some carries. They'll have guys listed at running back. They'll split them out. They will move their skill players all over the field. You never quite know who's going to be handling the football. 1st and 10 from the 18-yard line. Misdirection play, but it'll go up the middle, and Dodd once again on the carry. He'll get to the 15, and there he'll be shoved back. Got about 3 yards on the play. Lancer football brought to you in part by Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. Quick moving game so far. We're 7:30 here on our central time clock, and we've got 12 minutes, 40 seconds left to go here in the 2nd quarter. Handoff up the middle, short gain there. I believe that was Trojan on the carry, and it was. That's his 1st carry, and you know, we talked about this in the pregame show. You know, Trojan's one of their main running backs, but that's his 1st touch of the night, I believe.
It is. You know, they've been trying to run the ball, handed off a couple of guys. The quarterback has taken it himself. They've been trying to get the passing game going. Lancer defense has been pretty good, but now it's a 3rd down inside of the red zone. Huge for both teams.
3rd and 6, quick pass out to the right side. It's going to be caught, and it'll be near the 1st down marker. And catching that football was Evan Jordahl, the sophomore out of Milton, Wisconsin. And they're going to say his knee is down a yard shy. 4th and goal from the 9-yard line. The offense staying on the field for the defenders. 11:40 and counting here in the 2nd quarter. Lancers up 9-0. 4th and 1 from the 9. Long count. Rosaboom's going to look to the side. Now he'll walk up, signal the play, step back into the shotgun set. He'll hand it off up the middle. No, he's going to keep it, run himself, and he'll get near the goal line. He's down at the 1-yard line. Boy, I thought he handed it up the middle, but he kept it, pulled it out of the belly of the running back, ran to the left side, picks up the 1st down, and now the defenders are at point-blank range.
Wasn't just you faked out the Lancer defense with that fake. Rosaboom has got some talent with that one, pulling it out last second, keeping it himself. He's fooled us a couple of times.
1st and goal from the 1 for Dordt. Now they'll bring in an extra blocker. That's Zach Riley. And they'll hand off Jordahl up the middle. Touchdown. Trojan with the carry, and he'll score his 1st rushing touchdown of the year. So a 1-yard run for Anthony Trojan, the senior out of Colorado. And now on to try the point after kick is Fulton Gunderson. It's Blade Coons, the punter, who is the holder. Teams line up. Snap high, brought down, kick on the way is good. 10:49 left to go until halftime. Lancers 9, Defenders 7. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
At Elwood Family Dental Care, we see patients from 1 to 101. Come experience our gentle touch while you relax in our massage chairs and watch TV. Patients are loving our new digital scanner. No more ooey gooey gaggy impressions.
We'd love to meet you, and we're always accepting new patients. Call 665-2530 to make an appointment. Elwood Family Dental Care, where we take care of the entire family.
Well, before that last drive, Dordt only had 1 first down. Now they have 5 as they cap off an 11-play, 61-yard drive. And they get the touchdown and the point after kick. It's 9-7 in favor of Mount Marty over the Dordt defenders, who were ranked at the beginning of the season. Fell out of the rankings, trying to claw their way back in. They've got 2 losses on the season. They know the playoffs probably not in their future, but they still want to have a strong campaign nonetheless. Jordan Van Veldhuizen to kick it off. High end over end kick. It goes down to Herman. Oh, it goes through his fingers and then bounces into the end zone. Is that a live football?
Are they saying he touched that?
Yes, he did, and it's a touchdown for Dordt. As Herman, I think it will slip through his fingers on a special teams mistake.
Lancers are saying they didn't touch that.
The referee says Herman touched it. It went through his fingers, bounced into the end zone. Herman said he didn't touch it. And then no referee whistle blew, and I thought that could have been trouble as that play was developing, but that's going to be a touchdown for Dordt on a mental mistake on the kickoff. If you touch the football in the field of play, unsportsmanlike conduct has now been called on Mount Marty. That'll be assessed on the kickoff. What a momentum turner.
Gunderson on for the extra point.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge right there.
As Dordt is now up 13-9, and they're going to tack on an extra point. High snap, brought down, kick on the way, and good. And just like that, no time ticked off the clock, and the defenders capitalize on a mental mistake, and now they're up 14-9. 10:49 left to go here in the second quarter. We'll keep it here. And you know, when I saw Jalen touch the ball, I thought it did graze his fingers. He's saying, from the way he was reacting, it didn't. Now, a lot of players like to let the ball go over their head, and of course, if it reaches the end zone, it's a touchback.
Yeah.
But if it's touched in the field of play, that's a live football. Anybody can pick it up. And Mount Marty just, they thought it was a dead ball.
Yeah,
it was a touchback.
That was kind of my reaction. You can take a look at Herman and the way he reacted after he pulled his hands down. He was just walking away. He didn't react like he had touched it, like it was a live ball at all, which is why I don't know. He obviously does not think that he touched that ball, and I think at this point, from his reaction after the ball hit the end zone of just walking away from it, thinking it's dead, I don't think he thinks he touched it.
I think he tried to pull his hands down and let it go over his head, but the referee says he touched it. Herman's reaction after the game, or after the play, was, "Hey, I didn't touch it," but it is a touchdown. It's on the board for Dordt, and they lead 14-9, and momentum clearly on their side as Van Veldhuizen is going to kick off. He's a freshman from Alvord, Iowa. And because of the penalty, he'll kick off at midfield. More than likely, this is going to go in the end zone, but it's a high end over end kick. It's going to be pulled down by Herman at the 8-yard line, running to his left, and he'll be swarmed under around the 22-yard line. So now Mount Marty, who had all the momentum in the first quarter, now they're behind.
Yeah, it's
14-9. It's just a strange game.
14-point swing in a matter of seconds right there. That is one of those absolute momentum killers. You know, even though the Lancers gave up a touchdown from the offense of Dordt there, they were still leading in the ball game, about to get the ball back, and then the special teams blunder, and all of a sudden they're trailing and no momentum on their side.
Pistol formation. Lancers operate right to left on your radio dial. Screen pass out to the right side. Looks like that's Miyazawa with the catch, and he struggles ahead to the 29-yard line. Gained about 8 yards on the play as the line of scrimmage was the 21. Lancer football brought to you by Yankton Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home. Visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com.
Well, we're still early in the second quarter, but man, the Lancers need a drive here simply to get some of that momentum back on their side, shake off that mistake. If they can get some points on this drive, retake the lead, they can kind of get themselves back in this ballgame. But right at the moment, Dordt has everything going their way.
Play action. Gay rolls back, steps up, and he's going to be sacked back at the 18-yard line. And making the play for the Dordt defenders was the safety coming in on the blitz. That's Abe Stays. He's a sophomore from Mountain Lake, Minnesota. Loss all the way back to the 20. They'll bring up 3rd down and 11. And we talked about this in the pregame show. When you play a team like Dordt, you have to be fundamentally sound. You can't make mistakes. You have to limit the penalties. But boy, giving them a gimme touchdown like that, that's the kind of play that gives gray hairs and ulcers to coaches, but it's the kind of play that would potentially cost you a football game, especially in a close contest. Blitz coming. Gay under pressure. He's going to be swarmed under and sacked back at the 15-yard line. And making that play was Tyler Wieringa, the sophomore out of Sioux Center. And all of a sudden, the Lancers go backwards, and momentum clearly on the side of the Dordt defenders with 9 minutes to go until halftime. Dordt leads 14-9.
Yeah, you could see it in the body language on the sideline right now. You could see it in the huddle, and you could see it as the Lancers walk off the field. Absolutely no momentum on their side. Dordt has full control of this ball game, and they're getting the ball back, now leading 14-9 after trailing 9-0 just moments ago.
Fitzgerald stands on his own end line. Punt is blocked! Ball picked out of the air by one of the Lancers, but he's tackled. That was Fitzgerald who ended up with it. Tackled at the 10, and another special teams play made by Dordt as they blocked the punt. And I believe that's the first time Fitzgerald's been blocked all year, and now Dordt has it 1st and goal at the 10. And my, how momentum has switched here in the early moments of the second quarter. 8:32 left, 14-9 Dordt, and they're knocking on the door again. Rosaboom at quarterback. Misdirection play, option to the left, keeps the ball, and he'll struggle, fight through a tackle, and he's out of bounds near the 5-yard line. Pickthorn made the stop. But a good play by Rosaboom, that's it, this freshman out of Sioux Center. Very impressive, 6'1", 200 pounds, and with very good speed. 2 receivers out to the right, 1 out to the left. A tight end, Zach Riley, on the right side, option to the right. Rosaboom cuts, he fumbles the football, it's loose in the end zone. There's a pile up, who's got it? Dordt thinks they've recovered, I think they have, and they have. A lucky bounce for Dordt. They recover in the end zone, and that's a touchdown. Now, can that ball be advanced by somebody who didn't fumble it? I believe so.
It was the left guard, I believe, who ended up picking that up and is going to get credited with a touchdown. I believe that was Patrick Tovar, who's going to have a fumble recovery for a touchdown in the books.
We'll wait till we see it posted online here to see what the official result is, but it's another touchdown for Dordt, and all of a sudden they're up 20-9. Here's the point after kick. It's on the way, and it is good. 8:17 left. Second quarter, Dordt 21, Mount Marty 9. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
If you see lines on a parking lot, hey, there's a good chance Midwest Striping did it. They've been marking pavements like parking lots for years. And a fresh line parking lot gives your business a sharp look and keeps things in order. Midwest Striping also does decorative floor coverings for garages, sheds, basements, and sports courts like basketball or tennis. To find out what they can do for your surface, email them at midweststriping.sd@gmail.com. That's midweststriping.sd@gmail.com.
Well, it has been a strange game here at Crane-Youngworth Field. Mount Marty had a 9-0 lead at the end of the first quarter. but a couple of special teams plays that have gone against the Lancers have turned it into a 21-9 game in favor of the Dordt defenders. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you here under the lights on a Friday night college football here at Crane-Youngworth Field. Started off great for the Lancers. They intercepted a pass early on. They recovered a mishandled punt. They had all the momentum, but that pendulum has swung to the other side. And here's the kickoff, and it is going to bounce and roll into the end zone for the automatic touchback as Herman didn't get anywhere near it.
Well, here comes the Lancer offense. It is 21-9, and Dordt has scored 3 times, getting into the end zone 3 times in just over 2.5 minutes of gameplay, all starting with, or kind of being continued by that special teams blunder that put them up 14-9, and then another special teams blunder, a blocked punt, sets them up 1st and goal. Dordt has really just blown this one wide open in the second quarter, and it took 2.5 minutes to do it. This is one of the craziest 2.5-minute turnarounds I have seen in a long time. Lancers led this ball game 9-0, had a couple of turnovers. They were moving the ball very effectively, and 2.5 minutes later, they trail 21-9.
Screen pass thrown out. Thompson on the left side has a hole across the 30 to the 36-yard line. That'll be a first down. Officially, Connor Dodd is going to be credited with the fumble recovery in the end zone for Dordt. The fumble was forced by Dalen Norman, and it was recovered in the end zone by Connor Dodd. First down and 10. Here's Thompson running to his left, has a hole across the 40, out of bounds near the 46. Does he get it to the first down? Yes, he does. Another first down for Mount Marty. Now, if Mount Marty can get a touchdown here on this drive, then we got a whole new ball game. But they're down 21-9, 7:45 and counting, second quarter. They're at their own 46, first down and 10. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Fakes the handoff, does Gay. He'll run up the middle, angling towards his right, and he doesn't get a whole lot. Maybe a yard and a half, 2 we'll credit him with. And we have an injured player on the field as the clock stops. I believe it's one of the offensive linemen for the Lancers. He's flat on his back, so we can't read his uniform number. This break in the action brought to you by the Mount Marty Tobacco Prevention Program. The MMU campus is tobacco free. Make sure you join us and break the tobacco habit. While we got a break here, let's check the scoreboard. Some other action around the world of sports. The update brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's on Broadway. Tehl, what have you got on the scoreboard? There's a lot of stuff going on today.
Oh, yeah. We'll start it off with the other college game that we're kind of keeping an eye on right now, the Nebraska Cornhuskers versus Rutgers this evening. 1 second left in the second quarter. Rutgers leads this ball game 13-0 over the Cornhuskers.
We got some baseball scores earlier today. It was Philadelphia beating the Cardinals 6-3. It was Cleveland over Tampa Bay 2-1, and Seattle blanked the Blue Jays 4-0. At the bottom of the second, it's the Padres ahead of the Mets 3-0. So those are best of 3 series, and that'll lead to the second round. Another college football score to tell you about. Memphis leads Houston 14-7. That's about 5 minutes left to go until halftime.
Well, we can go over some high school scores here since it is Friday evening. Started off with South Dakota 11 AAA. Sioux Falls, Lincoln defeated Brandon Valley. That's 5-4, 34-30. Number 2 Harrisburg is at Rapid City Central, or at home at Harrisburg today. 59-0 with 3 minutes left in the fourth. Harrisburg leads over Rapid City Central. Sioux Falls O'Gorman leads Sioux Falls Washington 24-7 with 6 minutes left in the third. Number 1 Sioux Falls Jefferson, beginning of this ball game versus Rapid City Stevens. It's currently 3-0 as we begin the first quarter. And Sioux Falls Roosevelt and Yankton will be playing tomorrow. The last matchup with 11 AAA team and 11 AA in there as well in Yankton.
That is Anil Pastrana, who walks off kind of gingerly, but under his own power to the sideline. Might have just had a cramp as the sophomore out of Fort Worth. Hopefully he'll be back in action here as we get back to play. 7:25 left to go. Second quarter, 21-9. Dordt on top here. 2nd and 8 coming up from the Lancers from their own 48-yard line. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Gay throws quickly. Riken on the left side, going to follow a blocker across midfield. Bullies his way to the 45-yard line. It'll bring up 3rd down and 1.
Well, Lancers are putting together a drive here, and that's exactly what they need to do. Get down the field, get some points on the board, and get back into this ball game.
3rd down and 1 coming up. Hansen, Miyazawa out to the right. Pistol formation. Here comes Thompson up the middle, has the 1st down, spins over a tackler, gets to the 40, move the chains, 1st down Mount Marty. Both teams have their full complement of timeouts left. 6.5 minutes left to go here in the 2nd quarter. Quickly to the line of scrimmage come the Lancers. They'll execute a play. Thompson to the left side, turns the corner, shoved out of bounds near the 30. Let's see where they'll officially put him out at the 31. Nice gain. 2nd down and 1. Call it a gain of 9. Thompson's going to check out. Let's see who checks in to replace him. That's going to be Herman. So Herman's going to be in the backfield at a running back position, normally a wideout to the left of the quarterback. And he'll take the handoff. He's got room around the left side, gets to the edge across the 25, and he's out of bounds near the 22-yard line. 1st down. So the Lancers taking a page out of the Dordt playbook, bringing in a wide receiver to play running back, and it pays off.
Well, it pays off because of Jalen Herman's speed right there. He has 1 catch on the season. It was very similar to that play there. He took it for 38 yards earlier this season.
Yeah, I mean, he stays in the game at running back, and he'll try the left side. He has a block, turns inside, stumbles inside the 10, to the 5. Does he get in the end zone? No, he's down at the 1. Down at the 1-yard line. What an explosive run by Jalen Herman. He'll check out. Thompson comes back in. 1st and goal. What a response here by the Lancers, but they've got to cap it off with 6 points. They're at point-blank range. 1st and goal from the 1, 5:05 left to go. 2nd quarter. Pistol formation, double tight end set. Man comes in motion. Handoff, Thompson up the middle, touchdown, Mount Marty. 4th rushing touchdown of the year for Isaiah Thompson. And just like that, the Lancers are back in it at 21-15. Now, well, going for 2 really doesn't help you, because if you make it, you're down by 4. So I don't know if this is a point of the game you want to chase points, and the kicking unit comes out. Quayle will try the point after. Had 1 blocked earlier. Manker is the holder. Snap on target. Kick on the way is good. 4:54 left. 2nd quarter. Dordt 21. Mount Marty 16. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
Started vaping at parties. It was fun, but then I couldn't live without it. I was hiding it from my family, even my friends. My skin was breaking out, couldn't focus, and I was spending a fortune on pods. Too hard to quit on my own. I was so addicted. So I called the Quit line. Coach Tara helped me get through the cravings. I'm vape free. I couldn't have done it alone.
If you need help quitting vape, call the South Dakota Quit line at 1-866-SD-QUITS.
9 plays, 75 yards, in about 3.5 minutes time of possession on that last drive. Mount Marty caps it off with a 1-yard run by Isaiah Thompson. It's 21-16 Dordt on top. 2nd quarter, 4:54 left. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum on a Friday night at Crane-Youngworth here in Yankton. Fitzgerald will get set to kick off. Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Explorers Credit Union. Discover the difference. ExplorersCU.com, where the focus is on people, not profits.
Well, that drive was absolutely needed by the Lancers, able to efficiently get downfield, converting on 3rd down a couple of times, and getting in the end zone back in the ballgame.
Squib kick down the middle of the field. It goes to Thomas running to his left, turns the corner at the 30, now at the 40, and Fitzgerald, the kicker, brings him down at the 41-yard line.
Fitzgerald on the saving tackle.
Well, Marty
That's
football
Thomas
brought
on the
to you in
return.
part by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the
Lansing
best
down on the
pizza, it's
sideline.
Pizza Ranch on Broadway. You can call them at 665-1222. And believe we have an injured player.
Yeah, we have an injured Lancer on the far sideline.
Yeah, right in front of the Dordt bench on the far side of the field from our broadcast location. Player still down here for the Lancers. And, of course, Pastrana was hurt earlier. We were hoping that he could come back. And I think the player is up. Oh, they're getting him up right now. And let's see, I can't see the uniform number. They're going to take him right to the locker room, it appears. Hopefully we can find out who he is. The trainer standing in between us and the players, so we can't read the uniform number, is one of the special teams players for the Lancers.
Yeah, that was an interesting hit there. Just instantly went down on the far sideline. A trainer for Dordt was right on him, helping him up and walking him off now, talking to him as they walk. I wonder if he got his bell rung there, and they're checking him out on the sideline.
We'll try to catch the uniform number. We just couldn't see it from our broadcast location because it was on the far side of the field. Roseboom at quarterback. Nope, they're going to switch it up and go with McDaniel back in the game. 5-man front now for the Lancers. They'll back away into a traditional 4-3 option play. And it's going to go to the right-hand side and a big run down the sideline. And that is Connor Dodd. And he gets a big gain all the way into Lancer territory. They'll put him down at the 35-yard line. Big gain, about 32 yards. First down, defenders as they're trying to answer. Receivers either side, pistol formation. It's going to be the option play to the left side. And McDaniel keeps it, and he's got a good gain of about 8 yards.
Well, Dordt's trying to answer before halftime. 4:10 left, second quarter. Dordt is going to receive this second half kickoff as well. They deferred to start this ball game. This is exactly the situation they were hoping to end up in.
They'll bring in Zach Riley, normally a lineman, but he's wearing number 48 tonight, so he is eligible as a wide receiver / tight end. He lines up at the wingback on the right-hand side. Going to be a quick pass. It's going to be caught out on the right side, a screen pass, and the receiver slips through a tackle and gets inside to the 12-yard line.
Pass is complete. That moves the chains
And
for
that
the
is going
defenders.
to be,
It'll be first down.
I believe that
outside the
was
10-yard line.
Aiden Platone, who's normally a quarterback, but they move him around to a wide receiver.
I'm not sure if you could hear it on the broadcast, but you could hear the Lancer bench screaming, holding on that outside edge.
Option play to the left side. McDaniel circles around, he'll pitch, and that's Dodd, and he is going to be out of bounds near the 7-yard line. Boy, that was almost a forward lateral there.
I was wondering about that. It looked like it might have been just straight parallel, but it was definitely close. Either way, going to bring up second down for the defenders inside of the 10-yard line. 3 minutes to go here, second quarter.
Yeah, 3 minutes left to go, and they're at 2nd and 5 from the 7. If they get to the 2, they get a fresh set of downs. Pistol formation, McDaniel hands it off. Trojan up the middle, struggling, and he'll get to the 4-yard line. That'll bring up third down, 2:40 and counting. Both teams have their full complement of timeouts left. Dordt up by 5, trying to add. Third down and 2 from the 4. One receiver out to the right-hand side. Play action, roll out, looking to throw. It's a pitch. It's going to go to Wellen. He's into the end zone, touchdown. Nick Wellen, his third rushing touchdown of the year, as the defenders just go old school with a lot of option plays, and they execute very well and get the touchdown.
Yeah, they executed very well for sure. Just speed option to the outside there. Pitch to the running back, gets to the corner before anybody else. 2:15 on the clock. Lancers have their full complement of timeouts still. They have time for a drive. They need to answer before halftime.
Point after kick coming up by Gunderson. Snap on target, kick on the way, and it is good. 2:15 left to go until halftime. Dordt 28, Mount Marty 16. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
KYNT, Yankton, FM 1021 and AM 1450.
Begin your next outdoor adventure at Dakota Archery and Outdoor Sports.
Dakota Archery has in stock Sitka hunting clothing. At first glance, the price tag of Sitka intimidates some hunters, but you definitely get what you pay for. Sitka clothing just isn't any material with a camel pattern on it. It's a technologically advanced piece of gear specifically designed to address the challenges of hunting. See what Sitka is all about at Dakota Archery.
Dakota Archery and Outdoor Sports, East Highway 50, Yankton, South Dakota.
Their last drive for Dordt, 6 plays, 58 yards, 2 minutes, 30 seconds time of possession. Dordt up 28-16. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you along for the ride on a Friday night here at Crane-Youngworth Field. 2:15 left to go until intermission. And we'll tell you all about it with the Yankton Medical Clinic halftime show. We'll recap the stats, check some scores from around baseball and college football. And we'll also have an interview at halftime.
Absolutely. Mark Long, the president for Mount Marty University, will be this week's halftime interview on Lancer Nation with Jeff Erickson.
Here's the kickoff, and it's a high end over end kick that will bounce in the end zone for a touchback. Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Conklin Distributing. Lancer Sports, courtesy of Bud and Bud Light, the king of beers. It's perfect for whatever you have planned. Get some today. Mount Marty, 3 timeouts in their back pocket. They're at the 25-yard line. 1st and 10, no wind. Clear skies, 45 degrees at the moment here in Yankton. Pistol formation. Riken shifts from right to left at a tight end spot. Receivers either side. They'll go to the run, and Thompson has a hole up the middle, stays on his feet across the 30, pushing ahead. It's a big scrum in the middle of the field. It looks more like rugby than football, but it's going to be an 11-yard gain, 1st down.
Oh, referees blew that one dead. Dordt is saying they shouldn't have because one of the defenders came up with the football a few seconds after the whistles were blown. Lancers get the 1st down, though.
1st down and 10 from the 11, coming up on the 2-minute mark. They'll reset the chains. Now the clock winds up. Play action. Gay looking for his outlet man. Now he'll throw it to it. That's Hansen, and he'll get a short gain of about 3 yards near the 39. Gay was looking downfield. Hansen was just his outlet man on the left side, and he'll gain a few yards. 2nd down.
Well, the 2-minute offense, Lancers trying to get something going. 1:40 remaining. They still have 3 timeouts.
Yeah, which means you can work the middle of the field, and that's so very important because generally that's the area that Rex Riken likes to operate in. He lines up as a tight end on the left side. He'll release downfield, roll out to the right side. Gay is going to keep it and run, weaves to the middle, and it looks like he lost the football. Did he lose it? No.
No, he held on.
He held on to it. He gets to the 50, 1st down, and the clock keeps rolling even though the chains haven't been reset. 1st down and 10. Lancers from the midfield stripe. Gay at quarterback. Play action. Fakes the end around. Throws the home run ball. Got a man open, and it's incomplete at the 20-yard line. Getting twisted around was Hansen. He looked over one shoulder. His right shoulder was over his left shoulder. If he catches that ball, he waltzes into the end zone for a touchdown.
Yeah, it was just on the outside shoulder was the placement of the ball. Ken Gay got hit as he threw. May have been a little bit of the sailing on that ball, but still Trey Hansen had a real shot at that one. Came down nearly in the breadbasket. Would have been a touchdown for sure.
Harach checks out. Herman in. 10 seconds on the play clock. Lancers quickly line up. 3 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Play action. It's going to be a handoff. Herman tries the left side, gets a block. and he'll try to get out of bounds, and he will after a gain of about 7 yards.
Well, now we're getting to the point where Lancers need to start getting out of bounds or using timeouts. Under a minute to go here in the second quarter, but once again, they do have all 3 of their timeouts, 53 seconds, and they're across midfield. They still can run the ball, still can work the middle of the field. The only thing is you got to be getting yards.
Thompson in, Herman out for the Lancers. 3rd down and 3 from the left hash mark from the 43-yard line. Handoff, Thompson up the middle, the 1st down and more across the 40 to the 30, tackle at the 28-yard line. 1st down, Lancers. 47 seconds left, the chains need to reset. And now Ken Gay brings up the team, lines them up quickly. 1st down and 10. Thompson again to the left side. He'll be forced out of bounds after a short gain. Not much time ticked off the clock, 38.8 seconds left. It'll be 2nd down and 9 coming up, only a 1-yard gain.
Van Hofwagen the stop.
As the defenders forced him out of bounds. Again, Marty still has 3 timeouts left. Middle of the field is available if you want to use it.
And they've still been running the ball and doing it effectively, as we saw right there with Thompson.
2 receivers to the right, 1 out to the left. Reichen shifts at a tight end from right to left. Shotgun set. Thompson stays in and blocks. Gay is going to take it and run, and he'll be tackled right near the line of scrimmage. And now a timeout called by Mount Marty with 33 seconds left. It'll be 3rd down and about 9 coming up. Dordt up 21-16. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. They have legendary chicken and fantastic pizza as well. Best in town. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. Back in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Before the Lancers play,
After the game, or maybe even while watching it here. Enjoy authentic flavor at RB Grill House and Sports Bar.
We're American themed and feature handcrafted dishes and daily specials with an amazing selection of beer and spirits. Enjoy burgers, steaks, wings, and ribs, sandwiches, salads, seafood, and plenty of HD TVs.
Authentic flavor,
Family driven.
and a memorable atmosphere.
Join us at RB Grill House and Sports Bar next to River Rocks Event Center on Broadway in Yankton. Go Lancers!
33.5 seconds left. Second quarter. Dordt 28. Mount Marty 16. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Lancers on the move here late in the second quarter. They have 3rd down and 9 coming up from the Dordt 27-yard line. They'll deploy with 3 wide receivers out on the right-hand side, 2 on the left. Empty backfield. Shotgun set. Here comes the blitz. Gay throws quickly over the middle. Caught Miyazawa. He'll be at the 15-yard line. 1st down.
That was a great job by the Lancers. Excellent use of the timeout, stopping the clock after a 1-yard run on 2nd down. You get it to your playmaker Miyazawa on 3rd down. Now the clock's moving. Lancers are not set. They need to get this ball snapped.
Should have called timeout in my humble opinion, but they'll take it. Gay throws to the side, caught and out of bounds. Miyazawa, he got to about the, they'll give him the 10-yard line.
Yeah,
so a gain of 6.
Thing about that last play, definitely looking back on it, should have taken a timeout, but the Lancers were able to move the chains, and normally you're able to get your playoff and get set by the time the chains are ready. Lancers had a bit of confusion, which slowed them down.
13.4 seconds left, and we'll have Dordt calling a timeout. So the defense was out of sorts. So Joel Penner, going to play it safe, calls a timeout. Both teams 2 timeouts left with 13.4 seconds left. Dordt up 28-16, back in 30 seconds. But before we step away, I want to remind you this timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch on Broadway at 665-1222. Back in 30 seconds on KYNT.
We were founded on innovation and a passion to help our customers. This is Chris Sautel at Aztec in Yankton. We also want our employees to thrive and succeed every day. Our core values are more than something we list on a wall. We live them every day.
We have openings in a variety of departments, sign-on bonuses up to $2,000, immediate benefits like retirement savings, paid holidays, bonus earnings, tuition reimbursement, and more. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Stop by for a walk-in interview or click on careers at aztecindustries.com.
Lancers come to the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 4, 13.4 seconds left. They're at the defender 10-yard line. Pistol formation. Thompson deep in the backfield. Man in motion. It's going to be Thompson up the middle. Runs the football. He'll get to the 6-yard line. And a quick timeout called by Mount Marty with 7.8 seconds left. Did he get the first down? No. He's about a yard shy.
Well,
so that'll, I believe, is a yard shy. Or did they give it to him? No, they gave it to him. I thought he might have been a yard shy, but the chain gang, they're stepping by and just letting the down marker stand on the far side of the field. So from the gain, it looks like, let's see where they spot the football. At the 6-yard line, so that would be enough for a first down. We'll keep it here during this timeout, which, of course, is brought to you by Pizza Ranch. They have legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch on Broadway. Call them 665-1222.
Well, looking back on that timeout that was not taken by the Lancers, had a couple seconds come off the clock, but now, after calling this one, you still got one more in your pocket for the Lancers. They can take one more timeout with 7.8 seconds remaining, meaning they can throw the middle of the field. They can still
run the football.
They've got 2 plays to get 6 yards. You just can't take 8 seconds on one play, and you're going to be able to get 2 plays to get 6 yards. Lancers need to get in the end zone or at least come away with this with some points going into halftime.
Now, if you don't get close, do you take the field goal? That is something to consider.
It'd still be a 2-possession game if you do that, but you're closer.
Pistol formation. It's going to be a play action throw, slant, and it's incomplete on the right side, intended for Miyazawa in the end zone. Second and goal. Now, you got 4.8 seconds left. That play only took 3 seconds. If you might protect, even with the timeout, you might have 2 more plays you got here.
Yeah, it's possible. You know, that quick slant was very quick to Miyazawa on the outside. Ken Gay just led him a little too far. Miyazawa dove for it, almost came up with it, but not quite. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried something like that again here.
Empty backfield. 2 receivers to the left, 3 out to the right. And we're going to have a timeout called by the defenders. So Dordt using their timeouts on defense as Joel Penner wanted to see how Mount Marty deployed. Now the chess match in full gear here between Coach Micheletti and Coach Penner. This timeout, of course, brought to you by Pizza Ranch. Call them at 665-1222. They're located on Broadway. They've got legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch. Tehl Tanner is his name. I'm Steve Toon. Great to have you here. Friday night, great atmosphere at Crane-Youngworth Field. Normally it's the Yankton Bucks in action, but they don't play until tomorrow night.
Yeah, the Bucks and the Lancers just kind of flip-flopped here, which is strange, but honestly, I love it. We love a night game here at Crane-Youngworth Field, the first ever Friday Night Lights game in Mount Marty history, and they are knocking on the door, making this a 1-possession game going into halftime.
We'll recap the first half as part of the Yankton Medical Clinic halftime show coming up here shortly, we presume. But we got 4.8 seconds left. Both teams, 1 timeout left. 2nd down and goal for Yankton from the 6-yard line. Empty backfield. 2 receivers to the left, 3 out to the right. Dordt shifting around on defense. Here's going to be a pass over the middle, and it's incomplete at the goal line. I think they were trying a route to the middle and then back to the outside, and it went incomplete. Now there's just 1.4 seconds left, and out comes the field goal unit for Mount Marty. And I think this is the right call. If you can get 3 points here, it gives you a little momentum. Still a 2-possession game. But remember that a point after kick was blocked earlier, so this is just slightly longer than a point after. 18-yard field goal attempt from the middle of the field. Manker is the holder, and we're going to have a timeout called. No, penalty flag down.
Flag on the play.
Procedure against the Lancers.
Yeah, I thought I saw one of the Lancers lineman jumped just a little bit right before that snap. They're going to back him up 5 yards. However, that field goal from Quayle, it would have been good from 5 yards back from where they are now. It was through the uprights, so.
Got to try it again.
Got to try it again.
This will be now a 23-yard attempt. As long on the year as 25. Well within his range. Just inside the left hash mark. Manker is the holder. No win tonight. Snap on target. The kick on the way is blocked. And it's going to be rolling around the 30-yard line. And the defenders recover. And that is the last play. So that penalty was costly as it took 3 points off the board. We go into the break. Dordt, 28. Mount Marty, 16, as all the momentum on the side of the visiting team, the Dordt defenders. We're going to step away for a couple of minutes, catch our breath. We'll come back with the Yankton Medical Clinic halftime show along with Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty football on KYNT.
Olson Pest Technicians is a family-owned business since 1966. And with over 50 years of pest management, they understand your issues, and their well-trained team will help you solve your pest problems. Issues with cockroaches, ants, bedbugs, bats, termites, spiders, rats, mice, or other creepy crawling pests? Give your home a fresh start and use the proven method of fumigation to take care of your pest problem. Olson's Pest Technicians will thoroughly get rid of pests so you can rest easy again. Call Olson Pest today, 800-KILL-BUG. That's 1-800-KILBUGS.
Purchasing a home in a competitive market can be frustrating. Having to make quick decisions is stressful. That's why it's important to be guided by an experienced real estate professional. I'm Deb Speck with Vision Real Estate, and as an agent with more than 15 years of experience, I'll guide you through the home buying process and give you information necessary to make the right decisions in your home search. Call me today at 664-5555. Have aches and pains taken you out of your game? At First Chiropractic Centers, we have been helping people get back into their game for nearly 40 years. Whether your game is sports related, or it looks more like gardening, household chores, exercising, or just daily life, if your pain is preventing you from enjoying or participating in your chosen activity, we can help. First Chiropractic Centers, whole health with hands-on healing, with offices in Yankton, Scotland, Hardington, Tyndall, and Wagner.
You can depend on Vision Insurance Group to help you look at the big picture. Committed to helping South Dakota, Iowa, Nebraska, and North Dakota residents assess their immediate and long-term needs and help you choose options that will help you achieve your goals. When you want to explore options for protecting your home, personal property, or financial future, Vision Insurance Group is available to answer your questions. Visit VisionInsuranceGRP.com. Vision Insurance Group. Live in the vision.
We're at halftime at Crane-Youngworth Field on a Friday night. The game started off great for the Mount Marty Lancers, but that second quarter, the pendulum of momentum swung clearly in the side of the Dordt defenders as they scored some touchdowns rather quickly on some bizarre plays, and they lead 28-16 here at halftime. I'm Steve Thum, he's Tehl Tanner. 9-0, that was the score at the end of quarter number one. It seemed like everything was going Mount Marty's ways. They forced some turnovers, they recovered a mishandled punt, they got a touchdown, they got a field goal. Everything seemed going their way, but in the course of about 2 minutes maybe or so on the game clock, it just turned completely around, and part of it was some special teams mistakes.
Yeah, it absolutely was. It was 2 minutes and 32 seconds where 21 points in a row were scored by Dordt University. What happened there is Anthony Trojan had a 1-yard touchdown run to make the score 9-7, where the Lancers were able to sorry, we got a little feedback on the mics.
That's the PA, folks. That's not us, and we feel bad for them because I know what it's like because they're trying to do an award here at halftime, but we apologize for it.
They
There's
might
that.
have blown out their speakers.
But
as we talk, 21 points in a row once again by Dordt. The score was 9-0 Mount Marty at that time. It was just a 1-yard touchdown run, a good drive by Dordt, able to get in, make it a 9-7 game. But at that point, the Lancers were getting the ball back with a 2-point lead, and they were getting the ball back, obviously, with some momentum still. But then a kickoff that went through the hands of Gaetani. He said he didn't touch it. Herman, excuse me, went through the hands of Herman. He said he didn't touch it. Officials say he did. Recovery in the end zone, Dordt touchdown. And then on the very next drive, Lancers go 3 and out. A punt is blocked, and all of a sudden, Dordt gets it inside of the 10-yard line of the Lancers. First and goal, they run it in, actually have a fumble that is recovered in the end zone for a touchdown there. And it's 21-point swing. Lancers were able to answer, make it 21-16 with an Isaiah Thompson 1-yard run. Dordt with another touchdown with 2 minutes, 15 seconds remaining in the half to make it 28-16. Lancers actually managed their clock well on the last drive going into halftime there. They had chances at the goal line, come up short on 2nd and 3rd down, and then it all came down to the right leg of Davin Quayle where it was blocked by Dordt. 28-16 halftime.
Let's check out the stats brought to you by Explorers Credit Union. Discover the difference at explorerscu.com. Tehl, what do you got on that stat board?
For sure. In terms of first downs, the Lancers have actually been moving the ball extremely effectively. 20 first downs for the Lancers this evening, 10 for Dordt. In terms of third down efficiency, the Lancers are 3 of 7 for 43%, and 2 of 4 for 50% are the defenders. Lancers are 0 of 1 on 4th, defenders 1 of 1. In terms of total plays, this is crazy. The Lancers have run 52 plays to Dordt's 23. The Lancers have 293 yards of offense. Dordt, 123. 123 yards of offense for Dordt and 28 points. That is an insane stat.
Time of possession, 20 minutes, 18 seconds for Mount Marty, 9:46 for the defenders, and yet it's the defenders with a 28-16 lead here at the break. And it's one of those things where you look at the stat board, and there have been, I've seen some basketball games that have had wild team stats and football games too, but this one's pretty high on the list of just bizarre stats. There where Mount Marty is dominating in so many categories, yet they're down by 12 points here at the break.
Down by 12 points at the break, even though they really had a very good first half. There were about 3 plays that you take those away, and this is a completely different ball game. And they're pretty much all special teams. A couple of blocked field goals, a punt that was blocked back inside their own 10. It was first and goal. Dordt, they cashed that in for 6. And, of course, the touchdown return that went through the hands of Jalen Herman and into the end zone where Dordt recovered it. A couple of those plays brought back. This is a completely flipped ball game. The Lancers have actually played very well in this one, but special teams has really done them in.
And special teams has hurt Dordt because, remember, they had a mishandled punt which led to a turnover for them.
Very beginning of this ball game.
So I think Coach Penner is kind of going, we dodged a few and we've capitalized, but he knows very well that this could be a very different game. Let's check out some of the individual stats.
Started off with the Lancers. Ken Gay, a very efficient ball game. 15 of 21 throwing the ball for 144 yards and a touchdown. Very good passing game for the Lancers. Running the ball, Isaiah Thompson already has eclipsed 100 yards on the ground. He's averaging 5 yards a carry on 19 carries, 102 yards and a touchdown. Jalen Herman has 3 rushing attempts for 37 yards, and Ken Gay 9 for 10. He has a couple of sacks in there, deflating those. In terms of receiving yards, Trey Hansen has 6 receptions for 65 yards. Rex Ryken 2 for 26. Jonah Miyazawa 3 for 25. Trevor Fitzgerald 2 for 14, and Isaiah Thompson 2 for 14 as well. Trevor Fitzgerald caught a touchdown.
Let's check out some stats for the visiting team, the Dordt Defenders.
Yeah, this is pretty much completely flipped. As we talked about with the total yards and the total plays, Dordt has not seen a lot of offense. They've gotten very good field position, so they haven't had to go a long way down the field on a couple of drives. In terms of passing yards, on this one, they have 23. Total passing yards for the defenders is 23. Cade McDaniel is 1 of 2 for 16 yards and an interception. Zach Rosenboom is 2 of 4 for 7 yards, and that's it. Running the ball, 46 yards in the ball game for Connor Dodd and a touchdown. Nick Wellen, 14 yards on 3 carries and a touchdown. Rosenbaum, 28 yards on 4 carries as well. Anthony Trojan, 5 yards on 3 carries and a touchdown. As you can see, not a whole lot of yardage, but a lot of touchdowns for Dordt. They've had amazing field position the entire game through, and a couple of special teams blunders by the Lancers are responsible for that.
Let's check out the scoreboard here, brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's. We do have a halftime interview we want to get to here, so we'll fly through it. I'll take care of the national stuff here. It is the Padres over the Mets, 3-0, end of the 4th inning. Cleveland over Tampa Bay earlier today, 2-1. The Phillies beat the Cardinals 6-3, and Seattle over Toronto 4-0. On the college football scoreboard, Rutgers in the third quarter leads the Cornhuskers 13-7. What do you got on the high school action scene?
Sioux Falls Lincoln defeated Brandon Valley 34-30 tonight. Harrisburg over Rapid City 59-0. 3 minutes left in the fourth. O'Gorman leads Sioux Falls Washington 31-14, and Sioux Falls Jefferson leads Rapid City Stevens midway through the second 10-0. In 11 AA, Pierre leads Huron 28-7 at the end of the first half. T-Area is leading Spearfish 42-0 at the end of the first half. Aberdeen Central is leading Brookings 6-3 after the first quarter, and Watertown leads Mitchell 10-6 after the first. St. Thomas More 14-0 over Douglas going into the third quarter, and Sturgis Brown and Belle-Fourche are tied 7-7 in the first quarter.
Undo that Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Make the move with Mason and the Move Group. We're at halftime, 28-16. Dordt on top. We're going to take a timeout. Who's our halftime interview today?
Dr. Mark Long, the president of Mount Marty University for Lancer Nation. Our own Jeff Erickson at KYNT was able to speak with him on a Wednesday evening about the surge in Mount Marty athletics and academics and everything going on at Mount.
And we'll have that interview after this 2-minute timeout. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football on KYNT.
Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more. All at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, mahi-mahi, crab legs, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmick cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. For your convenience, you can call and order curbside pickup or order online at meatlodge.com. The Meat Lodge in Yankton, on the way to the lake on Highway 52.
Hy-Vee Fast and Fresh is the stop to make any time of the day. Enjoy breakfast items, made-to-order sandwiches, burgers, and more from the Hy-Vee Market Grill. Daily $5 meal specials are from 11 to 7, and find convenient on-the-go meal offerings and select grocery staples including fresh produce and fresh bakery items too. There's something for everyone at Hy-Vee Fast and Fresh of Yankton.
Shop Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every eye.
Small businesses are the backbone of our community. CoreTrust helps your business thrive with checking, online bill pay, small business loans, credit card processing, local approval and support for government grants and loans, investments to grow your hard-earned assets, and insurance to protect them. All from CoreTrust, the community bank that's right down the street and everywhere you want us to be. Visit CoreTrustBank.com today.
Member FDIC.
Football is back. So do you know what that means? It means Checkers is open every day of the week. That's right, you can get Checkers delicious wings daily and catch all the football action. Every Monday night, enjoy $5 cheeseburgers and fries. Grab your friends, bring your family, and head on down to Checkers. Open 11 to 11 daily. Checkers Sports Bar and Grill on Walnut, just north of 4th Street in Yankton. All right, back at the Yankton Medical Clinic halftime show. Now time for Lancer Nation with Jeff Erickson, the PA guy for the Mount Marty Lancers. This Wednesday on Totally Yankton, he was able to speak with the president of Mount Marty University, Dr. Mark Long, about the surge in Mount Marty athletics and academics. That interview now.
It's been too long since
it has,
you were here
Jeff.
last.
I talked to our marketing office. I said, am I ever going to get invited back to KYNT again? And they
Maybe.
said, sure.
Maybe you don't have as much pull there as you thought.
No, that's absolutely true. That's true. I just suggested it, and here I am.
Well, I'm glad you did. We have a number of things we can touch on this morning. I want to ask you about a word that you shared in the welcoming days and this school year. You used the word surge.
Yeah.
Tell me about that word, and is that still going on?
It is. You know, we had a leadership retreat this summer where actually an alum, Todd Strom, many people in the Yankton and Crofton areas know Todd. He's the superintendent of the South Sioux City Community Schools, a Mount Marty graduate, and he's also a certified trainer in leadership. And so we had Todd come and lead us. And one of the things he had us do was develop a word for the year. And the immediate word that came to my mind was surge. You know, we have ever increasing enrollment. We have significant impacts on our region. And I really think Mount Marty is at a point now where we just are going to surge forward. And it's fun to be a part of it. There's a lot of times that I just sort of get out of the way and let great people do great things. And so I think that's where we are.
What is enrollment right now this year?
Yeah, we have 880 students, which is up from our low water mark of 750 in 2016. So for the last 6 consecutive years, Jeff, we've had growing enrollment at Mount Marty University. I think that is an outlier among small colleges and universities nationwide. I'm only aware of one other in the upper Midwest that has that record of success. And so it's great to see students and parents recognizing the quality institution we are and the programs that we offer, both academic and athletic, and taking advantage of it. And so we're very blessed to see increasing enrollment. We have about 700 students here in Yankton.
I'm not a recruiter for Mount Marty, but I'm working on one student, my niece up in Sioux Falls, who is looking at Mount Marty pretty hard and maybe playing some volleyball. So I'm working on it.
Yeah, exciting. You know, the volleyball team under Coach Albertos is just doing some great things. Tough league, as we've talked about.
Yeah.
You know, I think you said that everybody comes to town with a number in front of their name. That's
number
true.
1, number 4, number 7,
They're
number
all
9.
ranked.
Yeah.
But she is doing an amazing job. The women there are really pouring their heart and soul into that program, and it's great to see the results.
Yeah, I like watching our volleyball team, and I mentioned to you too, I like the atmosphere at Simple Arena, and it's a fun place to be. And pretty soon, later this month, we'll be there for basketball.
Yeah, isn't that great? It's already basketball season coming up on it, and so excited. Both the women and the men promise to be exciting teams this year, and so we can't wait to get started.
I'm excited to work with Coach Bertram too, and really like Coach Othier, but met Coach Bertram recently, and he's got a way of firing people up.
He really does, and his connections statewide are amazing. And it's great to see that so many of the young women he's worked with now want to come play in college for him. That tells you he's a good coach. He's doing things the right way, and so it's fun. And it'll be Coach Othier's second season, and so I know he has that team fired up. Just impressive people on both of those teams. I'm just excited to see what how they do on the court.
Our second home football game this weekend. It's going to be pretty fun to be under the lights on Friday night. It's going to be cold, but
it is. It's going to be a little chilly. Wear a coat, not just a jacket, a coat. But it's going to be great. You know, it's great to have our first win this year. It's great to have our first conference win this year. I think Coach Micheletti and that team are just doing some amazing things. And it's great to see the support that we get from the Yankton community. You know, I know at Memorial Park, we're going to have a tailgate starting at 5 p.m. on Friday before the game at 7. And it's just great to see so many people in the Yankton area turn out for those and support those young men, and with our other sports, young men and young women who come to Yankton to study. And we would love for them to stay here long term. So that community connection is really important to Mount Marty.
Big thank you to both Dr. Long and Jeff Erickson for Lancer Nation this week. It's halftime. Mount Marty and Dordt, the Yankton Medical Clinic halftime show, will continue right after this.
Not every beer has a backstory, but this one sure does. Introducing Dakota Thirst, a new honey lager brewed locally with a touch of South Dakota honey. For every beer sold, $1 goes to the South Dakota Community Foundation. Cheers to you, South Dakota. Learn more at firstdakotabeer.com. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
Family is the most important thing in life and in death. Our family is here for your family during life's most difficult time. This is Paul Wentz of the Wentz and Ray Funeral Home and Cremation Service in Yankton. When my grandma Wentz passed away, all 30 grandchildren were able to come back for her funeral. A death in a family is one of life's most significant events. We understand the importance of such an event and will guide you during this time to create the most memorable funeral possible. Wentz and Ray Funeral Home, Yankton.
Weather changes can cause a small chip in your windshield to become a crack, or a small crack to become even larger. So if you've got a chipped or cracked windshield, trust Abra Auto Body and Glass of Yankton and the all-day, everyday $249 windshield replacement. That's right. Most windshields replace with the best replacement technology and top quality materials for only $249. Don't let a chipped or cracked windshield impair your driving. Call Abra Auto Body and Glass today. Locally owned and operated by Northtown Automotive, North Highway 81, Yankton.
Support a local business that supports schools and events and provides fuel discounts for Yankton's largest employers, Triple Time Rudy's. At Triple Time Rudy's, you get that local friendly feel and also a unique offering of products. You'll find quality South Dakota products like Dimmick cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers, plus quality fuel products too. Conveniently located at 17th and Broadway for your daily fill-ups and convenience needs. Pull in to Triple Time Rudy's today.
Welcome back to Crane-Youngworth Field. The Yankton Medical Clinic halftime report rolls on along with Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. 28-16 is our score. Dordt on top of the Lancers here at Crane-Youngworth Field, but this isn't the only place where the Lancers are in action when it comes to athletics. Tehl, what do you got for an update from volleyball?
Yeah, the Mount Marty volleyball team is playing 2 volleyball games in the next 2 days, both of them in Sioux City, actually. They're running the Sioux City Gauntlet, taking on Morningside this evening, and they're taking on Briarcliff tomorrow evening. Right now, they're in the second set at Morningside. Morningside does lead the ball game 1-0, a very close first set, 25-23. They're in the middle of set number 2 right now. Morningside leads 1-0.
And also checking the Explorers, or actually the Gerstner Oil scoreboard here. We got an update from baseball as the postseason underway, and the Padres pulling away from the Mets at Citi Field, top of the 5th. It's 7-0. Slam Diego on top as Hugh Darvish pitching well, outdueling Max Scherzer tonight, and that has got to surprise Mets fans as they seem to be in control of the NL East. They lost it to the Braves. Now they got to battle through the Padres, and things not going well. Update on Rutgers, Nebraska. Still, score hasn't changed. About 6 minutes left to go, third quarter. It's Rutgers 13, Nebraska 7. We hope you enjoyed the Yankton Medical Clinic halftime report. So much care, so close to home. Visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com. The second half of tonight's football game is going to be brought to you by Core Trust. Raise your expectations with Core Trust, member FDIC. It will be Mount Marty kicking off as Dordt won the coin toss. They deferred till halftime, and they'll get their chance with the football here. Start this third quarter. They will operate left to right on your radio dial. Fitzgerald's been doing a lot of squib kicks when it comes to the kickoff chores for the Mount Marty Lancers. Third quarter, ready to go. Mount Marty dressed in white with the gold helmets, the navy blue numbers and letters. It's a short kickoff, angled to the sideline, collected near the 32-yard line by one of the up men near the right sideline, and he's forced out of bounds after a short return, but it's still good field position. And let's see where the referees are going to spot him. I think around the 38-yard line, and that's where the defenders have it, 1st and 10.
Well, here we go. Dordt offense coming onto the field have 123 yards total in that first half and 28 points. Only 23 plays were ran by the defenders on offense.
That is astounding. Cade McDaniel will operate the offense with the pistol formation. 2 receivers split out to the left. 1 trots out to the right-hand side. And they're going to do the play action. Loading up, throwing down the field over the middle. It is caught at the 26-yard line. And that is Aiden Platone, who's listed as a quarterback, started off as a wide receiver. Or started off as a quarterback, split to wide receiver. He's kind of bounced back and forth. And the sophomore from Orlando makes a big catch.
Yeah, absolutely. Jaron Mortensen there, down deep. Undercut the route, rose up, tried to take it at its highest point as an interception, just too short, right over his head and into the hands of the waiting wide receiver.
Screen pass, Thomas out on the left side, slips past the tackler to the 20, to the 15, to the 10, And he steps out of bounds near the 8-yard line on a little screen pass to the left side. Ethan Thomas, the senior out of Fort Worth, just makes a man miss. And once again, missed tackles hurting Mount Marty as their backs are to the wall here early on. 1st and goal from the 8.
Yeah, here we go. Dordt is just rolling. 2 plays ran in this second half. Already 1st and goal.
They'll bring in Wellen at a running back along with Trojan. And it is going to be Trojan up the middle, barrels into the end zone, touchdown. Just like that, Dordt strikes quickly with 1 minute 2 seconds ticking off the clock here in the third quarter. They're up 34-16 as they just quickly move the ball down the field.
Yeah, Lancers unable to come away with points at the end of that first half. Went into halftime in a 2-possession ball game after Dordt deferred 3-possession game instantly starting this third quarter.
Here comes the point after kick. It's on the way, and it is good. 13:58 left to go. Third quarter. Dordt 35, Mount Marty 16. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Mount Marty Lancer Athletics on KYNT and KYNTV, courtesy of Shinerbach. Brewed with rich roasted barley malt and German specialty hops, this lightly hopped American-style dark lager always goes down easy. This football season or any season, tip back a Bach. Paired perfectly with tailgating, porch sitting, washer tossing, dog petting, and literally anything. Shinerbach, available year-round at your favorite place to buy beer.
Fans barely had time to get comfortable in their seats before the Dordt defenders get on the scoreboard. 3 plays, 61 yards, and 1 minute 2 time of possession as Anthony Trojan scores on an 8-yard touchdown run, and it's 35-16. Mount Marty led 9-0 and had the momentum on their side, but it's been all Dordt ever since. And here comes Van Veldhuizen to kick it off. End over end kick, bounces, and it goes through the wickets, and Herman's going to have to get back into the end zone, and it's a touchback. Whistle did not blow, and that was could have been another play. I don't think Herman touched it, but the whistle did not blow when that ball got into the end zone, and players were scrambling after it, and somebody could have got hurt.
That was an extremely late whistle there. I really thought they were saying that was live and another would have been touchdown in the end zone for Dordt. I was having major flashbacks to the second quarter of play here. But, yeah, that ended up being a late whistle, but the whistle was blown, so the Lancers will get this at the 25.
Touchback, 1st down and 10, Mount Marty. 13:57 left to go, third quarter. Dordt up 35-16. Pistol formation, quick pass, right side, caught. That's Hansen across the 30, and he gets pile driven into the ground. Gets back up on a big, big tackle. Check who out who made that tackle. That was Grant Hickson. Almost like a WWE move there. 2nd down and about 4 coming up after the 6-yard gain. Thompson tries the right side, caught in the backfield, thrown for a 2-yard loss. Thompson had been successful running the ball up the middle and to the left-hand side. That time they tried the right side, nothing doing.
Lancers to this point in the ball game have been able to move the ball effectively, 299 yards. So to this point in the ball game.
Movement on the line, and this will be a penalty against the Lancers. Stops the clock with 13:04, and it'll make it 3rd down and 11. Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Slumberland. They have free interior design service, plus great brands like Tempur-Pedic, Lazy Boy, and Flex Steel at Slumberland on Broadway in Yankton. 3rd down and 11. Ball put back at the 24-yard line. They got to get to the 35 for a 1st down. They'll have 3 receivers trot out to the right side. One out to the left. Shotgun set. Gay drops back, throws a long ball, and it's going to be caught at the 41-yard line by Miyazawa. That's a first down.
Lancers are 50% on third down in this game, 4 of 8 converting. They've been able to move the ball very effectively, just haven't quite been able to finish drives. That's what got to be the focus of this second half, is finish drives with touchdowns in the end zone. They're down 3 possessions, but they need to get some points here, get back in this ball game.
Empty backfield, quick pass. Herman out on the left side, gets through the initial wall, and he will be thrown down across the 45 near the 47 on forward progress right in front of the Dordt bench. Good gain on the little swing out pass to Jalen Herman, the freshman out of Crosby, Texas. He'll check out. Here comes Thompson back into the game. We expected to see Tyree Morrison, but he has not played tonight. He was injured last week, didn't play. Of course, Kua Nishigaya has been out for several games, nursing an injury as well. Thompson's done a good job tonight so far, but being down by this many, you wonder how many more touches he get. He'll get one here, tries the left side, and he'll get nothing on the play as somebody grabbed his jersey from behind and pulled him down. No gain on the play. Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Avera. Moving health forward, Avera.
One thing that's been very consistent for the Lancers in this game has been the quarterback. Ken Gay is 18 of 24 for 173 yards and a touchdown. He has been sacked 4 times so far in this ball game for 21 yards, but still a very efficient day from the sophomore quarterback. I expect the Lancers to go to the air here on third down.
2 receivers either side, 1 back in the pistol formation on third down and 4. Handoff, Thompson up the middle, crashes forward, very close to the stick. They'll give it to him. First down. Just got enough yardage for a first down.
That just barely. That was a very good run by Thompson there. He has also been very effective in this ballgame. That's his 22nd carry, north of 100 yards, has a long of 15, averaging 5 yards a carry.
Play action. Gay stands tall in the pocket, throws a home run ball down the left sideline, got a man, incomplete, over the head of Miyazawa at the 15-yard line down the left sideline.
3 defenders in the area on that one. They do not want to give up the long ball to Jonah Miyazawa this evening.
Well, that's been, when we've talked to visiting coaches, they talk about we got to stop the big play from Mount Marty because Miyazawa has been burning people. Well, he did it last year too, and he's done it several times this year with big, long receptions. His longest of the year, 66 yards. Second down and 10. Thompson tries the right side to turn the corner. Can't do it. No gain on the play. Swarming defense of black-clad jerseys. Christian leading the way. And now we have an injury on the field. And is that Thompson who is down? It is, and that's about the last guy the Lancers can afford to lose, as he has been the running game. The junior out of San Diego came into the night, 293 yards, 3 touchdowns, averaging over 5 yards a carry. Also had 10 receptions coming into tonight's play. Want to remind you that Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's on Broadway, as the teams have retreated to their sidelines. And now Thompson getting up and walking gingerly over towards the sideline, trying to flex his right hand. Maybe got a stinger there. Let's hope he's okay. Jordan Harach has seen playing time at running back tonight, the freshman out of Colfax, Iowa. And he will come into the game. Also, Jalen Herman has seen some time at running back too.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing about the Lancers running back core is at the beginning of the season, the thing they had was depth. You know, they had 3 guys that were considered number 1s, and they all saw carries. 2 of them went down with injuries in Morrison and Nishigaya. Now Thompson down as well. Harach, who was their 4th guy in the depth chart, now going to have to carry the load the rest of this game.
Third down and 10. Blitz coming. Low snap. Gay picks it up, and he's swarmed under. And that'll be a sack of about 6 yards loss on the play back to the 45-yard line. That play never had a chance due to the low snap. And Gay had trouble picking it up off the turf. And the punting unit comes out for Mount Marty. 9:20 left to go, third quarter. Dordt 35, Mount Marty 16 here on a Friday night at Crane-Youngworth Field. College football, the only game in the NAIA tonight as far as football goes. Fitzgerald stands at his own 30. Low snap. Manages to get it away. A good punt to the middle of the field and a fair catch called for by Jordal. And it'll be Dordt football. Let's see where they'll give it to him at the 25-yard line. Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco.
Well, Dordt was able to march about 60 yards downfield on their last time out, cash in for a touchdown. They very, very efficient drive. Took 2 plays to get down in the red zone. Certainly they're looking for a repeat performance here in their second drive of the second half.
First down and 10, ball at the 26 option play to the right side. Here's the pitch, and around the right side and getting out of bounds up to the 31-yard line is Chase Tompkins, the freshman out of Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Got about 5 or so depending on the spot. We'll say he's down near the 31, so we'll call it a gain of 5.
The Lancer sideline very animated after that play. Josiah Gaetani was pretty obvious holding on that sideline there. No call. The Lancer sideline was furious after the no call.
McDaniel with the empty backfield throws a quick pass incomplete at the 38-yard line. The intended receiver for the defenders was Cade Rower out of Aurelia, Iowa. First time he's been in the game tonight. He'll check out. Third down and 5 coming up. Lancers need a defensive stand here. Pistol formation with 2 wingbacks to the right side. Now there goes a man in motion, and we have the whistle and a timeout called by Dordt, as they seem to be a little confused. So we'll step away for a moment as well. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. Back in 30 seconds on KYNT.
You want peace of mind that you're healthy. Support your breast health by getting a mammogram every year starting at age 40. Multiple Avera Breast Center locations across the region offer easy access. We'll create a screening plan that makes sense for you. You have access to specialized breast cancer experts should you need it. Find a screening location near you at avera.org/breast.
Left to go, third quarter. Dordt 35, Mount Marty 16. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Big third down and 5 coming up. Dordt just spent their first timeout.
Yeah, I think a good decision to spend the timeout there.
Yeah.
Certainly need to convert this. You're up 35-16, but you don't want to give the Lancers any life if you are the defenders. You want to convert this and have a sustained drive.
Pistol formation, option play to the left side. McDaniel keeping it, turns upfield, big hole to the 40, the 45, to midfield. Tackle at the 47-yard line of the Lancers. First down, great speed shown by McDaniel.
That's what McDaniel's known for. He's a very, very good running quarterback in this league. Cade McDaniel coming into this ball game was 28 of 66 throwing the ball for 42.4%. Did have 5 touchdowns to 2 picks, but running the ball, he had 56 rushes on the season for 225 yards and 2 touchdowns. McDaniel is very, very quick on his feet.
Full house backfield, and it'll be a running play up the middle, surging forward across the 45 to the 43. That's Cameron Dodd, who wasn't even listed on the depth chart from him tonight, but he's kind of been their main ball carrier tonight. And that's the thing about Dordt. You know, it's like anybody who gets on the bus has a potential of carrying the football for the Dordt defenders.
They're very deep at the running back position, that is for sure.
They'll mix it up with the option play, and to the right side, McDaniel swarmed under, 1-yard loss. Had Wellen out there, but didn't pitch it to him, and McDaniel was cut down for a 1-yard loss.
Jaron Mortensen laid a hit on the quarterback there with the tackle for loss on the season. Jaron Mortensen for the Lancers has a fumble recovery and 23 tackles entering this ball game.
3rd down and about 7 from the Lancer 44-yard line. McDaniel looks to the sideline. One back behind him, a wing back to his left. Receivers either side. Misdirection play. He'll drop back. He'll throw it. It's hit as he's throwing it. Incomplete. Is that a fumble or an incomplete pass? McDaniel's shaken up. It's recovered by one of the linemen. Now, was that a fumble? I believe they're going to call it a fumble.
Yeah, they're going to rule that one a fumble. One of the Lancers was able to get around that edge and get a hand on the quarterback's right arm as he threw it. Ball was moving forward. They ruled it a fumble, recovered by Dordt down at the line of scrimmage, 4th down.
It was Ethan Hoyer from Hudson, South Dakota, one of the backup linemen who ended up recovering it. But a punt coming up here for Blade Coons. Good snap, not much pressure. The lefty gets it away, and it is going to be a fair catch by Miyazawa at the 15-yard line. That's where Mount Marty will have the football. 1st down and 10, 6:52 left, 3rd quarter. Dordt 35, Lancers 16. Mount Marty football brought to you in part by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Well, head over to the Meat Lodge. They're in Yankton on the way to the lake on Highway 52.
Miyazawa taking no chances with that one. Lancers were pinned back in at their own 1-yard line earlier after very good punt from Coons. He's a very efficient punter for Dordt.
1st down and 10, pistol formation, 2 receivers out to the left. Gay looking that way over the middle, caught by Hansen across the 30 to the 35-yard line in the middle of the field. It's a 1st down for Mount Marty.
Now, this game has certainly not gone the way the Lancers have wanted to this point, but we got to shout out Trey Hansen. That's his 8th reception in the ball game. He has over 80 yards receiving. This is a career day for Trey Hansen.
Yeah, he came into the game with just 5 catches. 1st down, straight drop back. Gay out of the shotgun, has time, throws it to Harach, the outlet man on the left side, and he'll take on a tackler and surge forward to the 39-yard line.
Well, there's some laundry on the field. We're going to get a roughing the passer call here well after Ken Gay threw that ball. He was
and Gay's getting up slowly and
yeah,
limping.
That was pretty well after the play. Slammed to the ground pretty hard, and he's shaken up on that one. He's up, but...
Personal foul, roughing the passer on Dordt. 15 yards added on to the end of the play. That's an automatic 1st down for Mount Marty. Comes with 6:27 left, 3rd quarter. Dordt up 35-16. Dordt has scored the only points here in the 2nd half. It was 28-16 at the break. Mount Marty driving now. They're in Dordt territory at the 46-yard line. 1st down play. Harach up the middle. Behind his center, will get across the 45 to the 43. Call it a gain of 3. Harach is going to check out. Good sign. Here's Thompson back into the game. He was shaken up earlier on the far sideline. The junior has been the workhorse tonight for the Mount Marty offense at the running back position. He'll stand to the left of his quarterback. 2 receivers out to the right, 1 to the left. Now Thompson clears out. Quick screen pass. Thompson has a hole to the 40. Hit and dives forward to the 35-yard line. Move the chains. 1st down, Mount Marty.
Lancers still moving the ball effectively. They were able to do it all throughout the 1st half. About 300 yards of offense going into halftime. They're still moving the ball here. Just got to find a way to finish these drives.
Gay directing traffic, puts Hansen in motion. Now Thompson up the middle, stutter steps, and pushes ahead to the 31-yard line, gain of 4. 5:25 and counting. Dordt 35, Mount Marty 16 here in the 3rd quarter. 2nd down and 6. Gay puts Hansen in motion. Play action, rolls out, steps up in the pocket. Now he'll run to his right. Beyond the line of scrimmage, tackled from behind, but he's right at the 1st down marker. At the 25, they'll move the chains. 1st down, Lancers.
That was a great read by Ken Gay, taking off there. He realized that both Rex Reichen and Jonah Miyazawa downfield were in double coverage, just took off instantly, got the 1st down for the Lancers, now at the 25-yard line of opposing territory. Ken Gay has had a very efficient day to this point, 205 yards thrown on 21 of 28 with a touchdown.
And it's a quick screen to Herman to the left side to the 25, pushed out of bounds near the 20 on the near sideline. They'll say stepped out at the 21, gain of 4. Quick little screen pass, trying to get the ball to the speed players out on the perimeter. Herman stands to the right of his quarterback. They're going with a hurry-up offense. Gay takes the snap, tucks it, runs to his right, shifts back to the middle, across the 20 to the 18, short gain of 3 yards. Thompson in, Herman out for the Lancers. 4:20 and counting, third quarter, Dordt up by 19 points. But Mount Marty's on the move. Miyazawa out on the right side. Hansen over to the left, double tight end set. Thompson to the right of his quarterback, fakes the handoff. Gay throws a quick screen pass. Vigans stays on his feet at the 20, to the 15, to the 10, upended at the 8-yard line. Austin Vigans, I believe that's his first catch of the night, and what a play by the young man from Brandon, South Dakota.
Yeah, able to stay on his feet for sure. Got walloped at the end, but Manny got him into first and goal situation.
Quick snap. Thompson tries the left side, gets a yard, and that's all. Mount Marty's working quickly here.
They need to. 35-16. They've been able to move the ball. We've said it throughout this third quarter. This is not a lead that cannot be taken back by the Lancers, but they do need to score quickly.
Second down and goal. Gay looking for Thompson, throws it to the corner of the end zone. It's caught by Miyazawa. Touchdown from 8 yards out for Mount Marty.
Well, that was a play we saw, I think, 7 times last year. Torin Deverex throwing to that corner of the end zone for Jonah Miyazawa. Ended the year with 10 touchdowns, most of them on a play that looked pretty much exactly like that. Just runs his little 5-yard out, gets to the pylon before his defender, brings it in for 6.
Well, it looks like the Lancers are going to go for 2 here as they are down 35-22. So the offense stays out on the field. Hansen in motion from left to right. Gay rolls out to his right. Scrambles from a couple of men, dives forward. No, his knee hit down before the goal line. So the 2-point conversion is no good. 3:14 left. Third quarter, Dordt 35. Mount Marty 22. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT, Yankton.
United Way of Greater Yankton uplifts individuals and families with measurable programs that deliver long-term results. United, they confront the struggles, helping create pathways out of poverty, provide access to critical healthcare services, and offer opportunities for youth and adults to reach their full potential. You can help by making a donation at yanktonunitedway.org/give or by texting Yankton to 41444 today.
That last drive, 11 plays, 85 yards, and took about 3.5 minutes time of possession-wise. The 8-yard pass, Gay to Miyazawa, point after rush by Ken Gay for the 2 points, no good. But that was just what the doctor ordered for Mount Marty. They still got some work to do, down by 13 points, but they are within striking distance. The Mount Marty defense did not look good on the opening drive, but they've played much better since that opening scoring drive by the defenders here in quarter number 3.
Yeah, to be honest, that was the only drive of the game where the Lancer defense just didn't look good. Outside of that, they've had a very good day. The difference has been the short field for Dordt throughout the entire first half. They're 21 points in 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Very short field, some special teams mistakes has led to this score. Make no mistake about it, even though it's 35-22, the Lancer defense has been efficient today.
Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Yankton Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home. Visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com. 3:14 left here in quarter number 3, 35-22. It's Dordt on top of Mount Marty. Fitzgerald getting set to kick it off. He's had short kicks, and there's another short over end kick, but it bounced in the middle of the field. Picked up by one of the return men, I believe that's Dodd. Boy, this young man's fast. Goes to the right side, gets across the 40-yard line. Let's see where they stepped out of bounds. I think they're going to give him progress to the 42.
There is a flag on the field thrown by the official on the near sideline. I'm not sure what this is going to be. Could be an offsides on the Lancers. It could also be a hold downfield.
Referees will confer about this. Matthew Wilkinson, the referee for tonight. He leads this crew, and he will signal momentarily. Of course, I had a situation where we had a kickoff, last week where it was done over. They had a do-over. Illegal procedure on the receiving team. Well, there's some you don't see every day. Illegal procedure on the receiving team on a kickoff.
I would like
so
to
it's
hear.
a 5-yard walk-off, and the Lancers will get to kick it again. So they'll kick it off from the 40-yard line. I don't know if I've ever seen that at any level of football.
I certainly haven't. I would love to hear the explanation of what the player did wrong to get an illegal procedure on a kick return.
That might be a first for me in all the years I've watched and called football.
I'll have to ask John Micheletti about that post-game.
Yeah, we'll have to ask Coach about it. Make a note of that here. Illegal procedure on the receiving team. A rare penalty. Fitzgerald lines it up from the 40. High end over end kick. Thomas will let it sail into the end zone for a touchback. All right, let's see here. And I'm reading on the official thing. Penalty, Dordt, illegal procedure. Yep, that's what it says. It was the kickoff return, and I'm just reading the official play details here.
Yeah.
And that's well, I got to admit, that's a new one for me, but we'll take it because instead of the ball being at the 42-yard line, it's back at the 25-yard line. Dordt has it 1st and 10 with 3:07 left to go in the third quarter. They're up 35-22. Pistol formation, receivers either side. Rosaboom at quarterback runs the option to his left. He'll keep it, and he'll get across the 30 to near the 32-yard line. The defenders have been alternating quarterbacks. One a freshman, Rosaboom, in the game, and the other the sophomore, McDaniel. Both of them do like to run the option play, which you don't see much in college football anymore. When I was growing up, it seems like that's all you saw in college football. But how times have changed. Thomas catches this quick little screen pass along the left side. He'll get across the 40 to the 45, tackled at the 47. You know, I know sports have changed over the years. Some things I like, some things I don't like. I do like the wide open passing offenses instead of seeing maybe a combined 10 passes per game from both teams back in the old days, so to speak.
Yeah, that still was only the 10th pass attempt of the day for Dordt.
Here's a handoff to Dodd trying the right side, cuts up the middle of the field in between the hash marks. He keeps the legs churning across the 40 to the 38-yard line of Mount Marty. What a strong run by Cameron Dodd.
The Lancers were ripping at the ball there, trying to force a turnover. Might have just gone for the leg, saved some yardage. He crosses not only midfield, but the 40-yard line.
Strong run by that young man, and he's just a freshman. And that's the thing about this Dordt team. They've got some experience on the line, but they have a lot of sophomores and freshmen that play for them. This is going to be a good team if they can keep them together and develop them. Here's Rosaboom dropping back, throws a high pass. It's going to be somehow caught by Thomas along the left sideline, a juggling catch, a short gain out to the 34-yard line, gain of 4, but that was an acrobatic catch by Thomas, the 6-foot receiver. He really went up to pull that one in and held on to it before he was shoved out of bounds on that far sideline. 2nd down and 6. Handoff, Dodd tries the right side. Check that. That's going to be Trojan with the ball. And the senior pushes it inside the 30 to the 29, 3rd down and short.
Well, here you go, 3rd down for the Lancers.
You got about 2 yards to go.
Or check that was Brandon Piper with the carry, not Trojan. Piper will check out of the game. 3rd down and about 1.5 yards. Tight formation. Handoff up the middle. Wellen with the ball. Stuck at the line of scrimmage. Pushback. No gain. Mortensen on the hit.
That was an amazing play from Jaron Mortensen there. Had him. He was the only one in the area. Had to make that stop. Pushed him back. Stop at the line of scrimmage. Now 4th down and a huge 4th down, Steve.
Big 4th down from the 30-yard line. 4th and 2 for the defenders. The freshman Rosaboom at quarterback. Pistol formation, receivers either side, a wingback to his left. Misdirection play, drop back, throws the home run ball down the right sideline, incomplete. Nobody there. The receiver cut off the pattern. No penalty flags, and the Lancer defense holds. Miscommunication with Jaden Heisman. He is the junior wide receiver out of Pella, Iowa. He was going down the right sideline, and Heisman, he just cut off the route at about the 15-yard line. The ball sailed way over his head into the end zone, and the miscommunication on 4th down cost the defenders. I thought for sure they were going to run the football.
Oh, absolutely. That was what everybody in the building was thinking. They've been running the football very efficiently. As of recent, especially here in these last couple of drives, that option has been on fire. I thought the option was coming out of the gun for sure.
Thompson up the middle, has a hole, gets out from the 30 to the 37-yard line. Good gain of 7 and an ankle tackle. Saved what could have been a bigger gain, and that's the end of the 3rd quarter of play. It's Dordt 35, Lancers 22, back with the final stanza in 1 minute, right here on KYNT.
Are you still rolling your tarp by hand and cranking your traps open? That's a task of the past. It's time to upgrade to Sherco's 4500 Series HD electric tarp opener with one of our patented wireless smart remote options. Sherco's smart remote can also be used to open and close our ProTrap and AutoTrap electric trap openers. That's right, you can do it all with one remote. Got questions? Want to order? Give us a call at 1-800-474-8756. When you need to be sure, make it Sherco.
Ride further, ride faster. Ride with confidence on an electric Townie Go e-bike. This is Ken at Ace Bike and Fitness. These electric bikes are easy and fun to use with ride power that will make you want to go forever. Whether you need a little push or you want the bike to do most of the work, the electric Townie Go combines comfort, stability, and performance, plus more affordable, truly making them the e-bike for everyone. Just get on and go with an electric Townie Go e-bike from Ace Bike and Fitness.
Ready for the 4th quarter of play. Dordt 35, Mount Marty 22. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. We're at Crane-Youngworth Field on a Friday night. And the Lancers have the ball with a 2nd down and 3 from their own 37. They operate left to right on your radio dial. 2 backs in the backfield. Play action. Gay under pressure. Sacked for a loss at the 25. Big sack there by the defenders. Going to force up 3rd and long. And getting the sack was Colton Vandenberg.
That was absolutely huge by Vandenberg there. His 2nd sack of the season, both of them in this game. That is the 5th sack on the Lancers here, and that brings up 3rd and long. You had a manageable 3rd down if you're able to get rid of that. Now 3rd and long.
Empty backfield. Gay drops back. Blitz coming. Open field up the middle. He takes off and runs. Angles to his left. Takes on a defender. And he will get the 1st down as he surges across the 40 to the 43. No slide that time.
No slide that time. He knew he needed the 1st down, and he got it. And then to top it off at the end of the play shows his character, Grant Hickson, the man who made the tackle, stopped and helped him back up after the play's over, just showing the character after the long run.
Good sportsmanship there. Always like to point it out. Thompson on the run. Up the middle. No gain on 1st down. Clogging it up was McDonald, the linebacker for the defenders. Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Vision Real Estate, where the focus is always on you.
Yeah, that was a great push by McDonald there. Drove Kiko Nunez, the senior, back a yard, and the running back just ran right into the back of his center.
2nd and 11 coming up. Ball at the 42-yard line of the Lancers. Two receivers out to the left, one back. He'll clear out of the backfield to the right side. Gay drops back under pressure, and he's going to be sacked again. Back at the 35-yard line. Vandenberg was there, but he wasn't the first person to get him. It was Drew Dahm, the junior out of McCook Lake, Nebraska. That gives him 2.5 sacks on the year. And, boy, Ken Gay's just taking some punishment back there tonight.
Yeah, he's had a couple of big hits. That one came off the right side of the Lancers line. Xavier Gable got knocked backwards onto his back on that one. Just got caught off balance. The left end for the defenders just came on a blitz. I think it was on that outside, just instantly in the backfield.
3rd down and 11. Gay out of the shotgun. Thompson's going to stay in and block. He'll roll out. He's going to be swarmed under and sacked again, trying to escape, and he's pulled down back at the 19-yard line. He got away from one man, but not the second man. First man who got to him, believe, was Stays on a safety blitz. And finishing him off was Cooper Hidalgo, the senior out of Colorado. And the Lancers, who were at the 43-yard line, now all the way back. Actually, not the 19, but the 24. Still, it's a punting situation.
That's 29 yards to the line to gain 2 back-to-back sacks. The Dordt front 7 coming up big there.
Here comes Fitzgerald. He gets a good punt away. Backing up is return man who fumbles it at the 42-yard line. There's a scramble near the 40-yard line. Who's got it? No signal yet. It's going to be Dordt. Dordt with the football. Boy, they've had their adventures on punting tonight. Evan Jordahl has been their return man. He fumbled one earlier, and that one was almost given away too.
That would have flipped this game right on its head with 11:50 remaining. All of a sudden, Lancers would have been in positive field, a short field after that one, and driving down 2 possessions. That could have made it a 1-possession game. The Lancers get it in the end zone. That could have been it right there.
What could have been? But instead, it's at the 40-yard line, 1st down and 10 for Dordt. They'll have the pistol formation. Rosaboom at quarterback. He slips out of his hands as he tried to throw it. There's a scramble for the ball in the backfield, and it's recovered by the Lancers. Dalen Norman recovers it at the 31. Well, I guess we got it. It happened one play later.
Absolutely. Dalen Norman just able to jump on that ball. I'm not quite sure what happened with the quarterback.
It slipped out of his hands as he
just went back to throw it and just slipped out of the back of his
hands. As his arm was going back, not while going forward, it slipped out of his hands. That is a clear fumble, not the tuck rule.
Not the tuck rule.
And it is going to be 1st down and 10, Mount Marty at the 32-yard line of Dordt. Lancers have a golden opportunity, but they got to get 6 right here, right now. Shotgun set. Gay drops back. Thompson stays in the block. Now he releases, catches the safety valve pass. He's hit down right at the line of scrimmage. No gain. And I think that's what you're going to have to see from some of the running backs for Mount Marty. They're going to have to stay in and block because that pass rush has been coming at a ferocious pace at Ken Gay all night.
Yeah, the offensive line for the Lancers, especially in the second half here, just hasn't been able to give their quarterback any time. Ken Gay has been scrambling for his life this entire second half.
Reichen shifts over from left to right as a tight end. 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Quarterback scramble. Gay up the middle, bursts through a hole, angles to his left. He's at the 20-yard line, and he's shoved out of bounds near the 17. Well, that's one way to do it. Do the quarterback draw.
That was a great job by Ken Gay right there. Instantly, once again, there was a man in the backfield. I'm not even sure that was a designed run. There was just a guy instantly on him, and he had to take off and made a very positive play for the Lancers, now in the red zone.
Yep, they're at the 16-yard line. 1st down and 10. 10:40 and counting, 4th quarter. Lancers shifted around to the pistol formation now. Gay at quarterback puts a man in motion. That's Hansen. Thompson up the middle, runs into his own lineman, and he'll get a yard forward progress, and that is all.
Well, 10:25 on the clock. Lancers in the end zone. If they're able to get, or in the red zone, if they're able to get in the end zone here, they make it a 1-possession game. Still midway through the 4th is what it'll be.
A lot of time.
Game's still wide open.
But they've got to get 6 points on the board. A field goal really doesn't do them any good, and they've had trouble in the kicking department tonight. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. 2nd down and 9. Pistol formation. Play action. Gay throws over the middle. Got a man caught into the 5-yard line. Down to the 3 is Vegans. That's a first down.
Well, here you go. 1st and goal from the 3-yard line. Time to finish. Lancers need to get this in the end zone, make it a 1-possession game, and then get your defense back on the field, a defense that has played well throughout this game.
And a player injured for the defenders down near the 3-yard line at the spot of the tackle. He's lying flat on his back. We can't see who that is. Both teams retreating to their respective sidelines here with 9:51 left here in the 4th quarter. Dordt up 35-22. Well, I'll tell you what. Well, the player's getting up now. He's being helped up, and he will be assisted off the field of play. And that is Stays, the safety, who's played a whale of a game. Abe Stays, the sophomore out of Mountain Lake, Minnesota. He'll have to check out. Thankfully, he's walking under his own power to the sideline, not being assisted.
Yeah, he looks to be okay, but that's still a huge loss for the defenders for this next possession. It's 1st and goal from the 3, and you're out your free safety. A very good player on the season.
Thompson in at running back. He'll be in the pistol formation, standing a few yards behind his quarterback. 1 receiver either side. Vegans the wingback to the right. Here comes a man in motion. It's Hansen. Thompson up the middle, angles to his right, touchdown! Thompson scores again. With 9:34 left, makes it 35-28. And I think you'd want to go for 1 here. And if anything, try to boost the confidence of your kicker.
Absolutely. Got to get at least 1 point here. You're down 7. You get 1 here, and then another 7 on your next one could take the lead.
This is a big extra point for Quayle. Manker the holder. Snap on target. Kick on the way. It is good. 9:34 left. Dordt 35. Lancers 29. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
With a variety of crusts, sauces, and toppings, Pizza Ranch has legendary pizzas that will tempt every one of your taste buds. This is Annie at Yankton Pizza Ranch. From single toppings and create your own to ranch specialties, we invite you to come taste them all on the buffet or delivered to your door. Your locally owned Yankton Pizza Ranch on Broadway, 665-1222.
It's where life tastes better. Surround 'em up and head her down to Pizza Ranch.
Whoa, that's good.
Their last drive by Mount Marty, 5 plays, 32 yards. It took 2 minutes, 8 seconds, time of possession. Thompson scores the touchdown from 3 yards out. The kick after is good. We've got a 6-point game, 9:34 left. 4th quarter, Dordt 35, Mount Marty 29. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. Great to have you along for the ride, and it has been a crazy game here on a Friday night. The first night home game for the Lancers, their 2nd home game of the season. Don't worry, we got more coming up. We'll tell you about it later. High end-over-end kickoff from Fitzgerald. Collected by the return man for Dordt, and he'll be tackled across the 35 to the 36-yard line. That's Connor Dodd, who's been just a little bit of everything tonight for the defenders.
Well, that return right there is why the Lancers have not been kicking it deep all game. We just saw it right there. Very good return, very close to blowing that one open. There was a hole.
1,492, I believe, the attendance here tonight. At least I believe that's what was announced. So I believe that's what I heard over the PA.
I believe you are correct, yes.
All righty. Good crowd here tonight. Handoff, left side, big hole, and there's Trojan on the move. Check that Piper with the football down the left sideline into Lancer territory, all the way down to the 15, so the momentum, just like that, swings back to Dordt as they get a huge play and all the way into the red zone of the Lancers. And just like that, the sideline gets really quiet for Mount Marty. They need a stand here, but McDaniel, guiding that offense, has them in the red zone on a big run by Brendan Piper. He stays in the game, and he will move to the right of his quarterback, or to the left-hand side of his quarterback. Two receivers either side. McDaniel drops back, fakes, throws, caught. Thomas, short pass, inside the 10, dances out of bounds near the 9-yard line. They've gone to that short pass to Thomas many times tonight.
They have, in fact, lots of short passes in the arsenal for Dordt when they're not running that option, which has been very effective. Now that they're down in the red zone here, second from the 10-yard line, second down. I expect them to go back to that for sure.
Second down and 4 from the 10-yard line. If they get to the 6, it's a fresh set of downs. One receiver either side. Piper, Wellen in the backfield. Handoff, Piper tries the right side. He's inside the 5, gets down near the 3, and that'll be a fresh set of downs inside the 5 for Dordt. So they're looking to keep the Lancers at arm's length, coming up on the 8-minute mark here in the fourth quarter. And now some subs come in. They're going to bring in a new player. Well, Ethan Thomas actually was out. Now he'll come back in. Piper will be the lone setback. Two receivers either side, first and goal from the 3. It's going to be a handoff. Piper tries the left side. He bowls forward. Is he in? Yes, touchdown Dordt with 7:37 left to go. And Dordt got what they needed, an answer. Piper set that up with some very, very big plays.
Well, that's going to make this a two-possession game once again, 41-29. Dordt leads this ball game by 12. That is still two possessions. I would assume they're going to go for 2 here, try and make it a 14-point ball game. This two-point conversion still is huge. There's 7:37 on the clock. This is a big play Lancer offense. It's not over yet, but Dordt certainly wants 2 here.
Wellen, the running back, behind his quarterback. Trojan stands to his left. They'll put a man in motion. And it's a fumble. Picked up, thrown to the end zone, incomplete. Broken play doesn't work, but Dordt extends the lead. They're up 41-29, 7:37 left to go. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
Buying and selling a home without a real estate team on your side can be an intimidating process. Did you price your house right? Did you make a competitive offer that'll make the house yours? When you're considering a move, partner with a professional real estate team that has the experience and knowledge to guide you in the process of pricing and buying. So when you're ready to move, make the move with Mason and the Move Group.
Four plays, 64 yards, less than 2 minutes on that last time of possession for the Dordt defenders. So they move it downfield and score quickly, extending their lead to 41-29. 7:37 left to go, fourth quarter here at Crane-Youngworth Field. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. Dordt will kick it off. Dropping back deep will be Hansen. Looks like Miyazawa back there to return. High end-over-end kick, and it is going to be a fair catch by Hansen. So that comes out to the 25-yard line. Mount Marty will put it in play there. Mount Marty football tonight brought to you by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Aztec.
Well, the Lancer offense on the field, you've got 2 to 3 minutes right now. You got to get in the end zone, 2 to 3 minutes. Get your defense back on the field to make a play. You could get this ball back again to try and have a game-winning drive with a couple minutes left on the clock, but you have to get in the end zone quickly on this possession. Got to do it through the air. The good thing is, Ken Gay, 26 of 33 for 237 yards, 2 touchdowns. Very effective game, but man, the rush has been on him.
And he's pressured again as he'll try to run, and he will lose a couple of yards as he is sacked again. Gay up walking gingerly, not putting a whole lot of weight on that right foot. It'll be 2nd down and 12.
Yeah, that's the 8th sack of the game for Dordt. They've absolutely been getting after the quarterback, especially here in this second half. Ken Gay has had no time to get the ball out of his hands. He's had to go to his first read or take off with it. Has about been the only option.
Thompson stands to his right. 2nd down. He'll stay in and block. Gay pressured. Now he'll take off, caught from behind, and tackle at the 25-yard line. Gain of 2 on the play. And Gay will run over to the sideline. And looks like he may get a play directly from the offensive coordinator, and he will. Clock ticking, 6:39 and counting. 3rd down and 10 coming up for Mount Marty. They drive from left to right on your radio dial. They'll split out 2 receivers to the left-hand side, 1 out to the right. Riken shifts over at a tight end from right to left. Gay out of the shotgun, drops back. Stands tall, throws to the right sideline, tipped away and complete at the 40-yard line. Miyazawa was the intended receiver. That pass hung up in the air a bit, dangerous pass. I wonder if that might have slipped out of the hand of the quarterback as he threw it.
Yeah, it's one that was just left a little bit short. Miyazawa had some space, but it was knocked down, and Lancers are going to punt here.
Yeah, with 10 yards to go. I know it's 6:14 left, and you need a couple of defensive stands, but I think if maybe it's been a shorter yard down and distance situation, you might have gone for it.
Yeah,
but
10 yards is a lot.
Yeah, especially with your quarterback being pressured. High punt, and it's going to send Thomas all the way back to his 23. Picks it up off a bounce, runs to his left, and there's no laundry on the field as Thomas races to the left sideline, gets across the 40-yard line. I thought I saw maybe a couple of potential blocks in the back, but no flags that I see.
There were a couple of them on that way. 2 Lancer players both hit the ground off of ones. There have been a couple of those throughout the game. The Lancer crowd and Lancer bench have been very animated on ones like that throughout this ball game, on yelling holding from the sideline, yelling block in the back on returns like that. There's just
unsportsmanlike conduct against Mount Marty. 15 yards tacked on to the return, and the Dordt defenders are going to have fantastic field position. Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. Dordt with the short field yet again, 29-yard line of the Lancers. 1st down and 10 with 6 minutes left to go in the contest. They're up by a dozen at 41-29. If they get a score here, this could seal the deal. Misdirection play option to the right side. McDaniel keeps it, gets ahead to the 24. Call it a gain of 5. And this is where that strong running game of Dordt can really kind of seal this one away, because if they can run the football effectively, get, small chunks of yardage, stay in bounds, keep the clock running, they could salt this one away. Absolutely. And they're going to take their time calling plays.
Oh, yeah, the clock is the friend of Dordt right now. Absolutely can seal this game away on this drive if they keep it moving or get in the end zone. Make it a 3-possession game with 5 minutes left in the 4th. That's about insurmountable. And if you're able to take some time off the clock, that'd do it too. Lancers need a turnover.
Option play to the left side. Big hole for McDaniel in the middle of the field, and he'll lunge forward to the 16-yard line, move the chains. 1st down for Dordt. There is a lot of space for McDaniel over on that left side on that last running play. Under 5 minutes to go. 1st down and 10, defenders. Again, they're not going to be in much of a hurry here as they look to the sideline to get a play. Piper in at running back. He had that big run earlier in the game. And now he'll move up. Almost an empty backfield here. Piper will get the handoff. Running to his right. Through a hole inside the 10. To the 5, down at the 4-yard line. 1st down, Dordt. So they're just going to an old school kind of single wingback formation, and it's been very effective.
It certainly has. In the final minutes, Dordt doesn't need to throw the ball. It's certainly not something that they do very often. They are a ground and pound team. They're sticking to their roots in the final couple minutes. That is where a team like this has the advantage, is in the final minutes of play with a lead. They don't have to change their offense at all. They just continue doing what they've done all game long and tick away clock.
Yep. They're letting the play clock wind down, 7 seconds. McDaniel sets them down. Option play to the right. Pitches. Piper, penalty flag down. He's into the end zone, but that looked like a forward lateral to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This one looking like it's certainly coming back. It's what the emotion from the official is right at the moment. We'll wait on the call.
Holding on the offense. Well, I thought it was a forward lateral, but holding, we'll take that. That'll back him up. And no touchdown there. Clock stops, 3:49 left, fourth quarter. Dordt 41, Lancers 29. Dordt had the ball inside the 5. Now they're going to be backed out to near the 14-yard line, it looks like. Remember, it's 10 yards from the spot of the infraction, which they're going to say was the line of scrimmage. So first and goal from the 14. Quick pass. Incomplete out on the left side.
Well, the incomplete pass stops the clock. 3:46. Lancers still have 3 timeouts. They get second, third down here. They could potentially call a couple of timeouts, force a kicking situation. Block that one, you're still in business with about 3 minutes and 30 seconds left if you call your timeouts and force a fourth down here.
Well, the first order of business is to hold defensively.
Absolutely. Cannot allow a touchdown here.
Shotgun set. Option play. Goes to the left side. McDaniel turns it up. He's inside the 10 to the 5 and into the end zone. He read his blocks well. He dances into the end zone for a 14-yard touchdown run. But now the officials are conferring. I don't know if a flag was thrown. I can't see any.
I don't see a flag, but there is one. They're bringing this one back. Oh, there is one down there on the 5-yard line.
All right, off. They called it on the wide receiver out on the sideline or near the side. Holding the call, no touchdown. Back him up 10 yards from the spot of the infraction.
Well, that is the second penalty in as many plays that has knocked a touchdown off the board for Dordt, keeping the Lancers alive here. With 3:40 on the clock, already 2-possession game. You make this 3-possession game with under 4 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. That would pretty much seal it.
Carson Brown was the man tagged for that one. And they'll hand the ball off, and that is going to be Wellen, and he'll dart inside the 10-yard line to the 9-yard line.
Lancers need a timeout, I would assume, here. They got 3 in their pocket, 3:30 to go. This is third down.
They're not calling the timeout here.
Dort's going to chew off 40 seconds.
Lancer football brought to you in part by Core Trust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. It's Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust, member FDIC. Third down, goal from the 9. Dordt letting the play clock wind down under 10 seconds. And now Cade McDaniel will set him up. Well into his left at a running back. Snaps it with 3 seconds left. Pass towards the end zone, and it is going to be incomplete in the left corner of the end zone. Now the field goal unit trots on for Dordt. 2:50 left. Fourth and goal from the 9. And here comes Fulton Gunderson to try a field goal, his long of the year, 30.
Well,
this will be, let's see here, they're setting it at the 17. That's going to be a 27-yarder. Again, no wind tonight. High snap brought down, kick on the way. It is good. So that makes it 44-29. Dordt on top with 2:50 left to go. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
Oktoberfest is a brief moment of fall beer drinking beauty, so have Samuel Adams Oktoberfest on hand as the nights get cooler and the days a little shorter. Smooth taste with the roasty sweetness and light hop character that's only available for a short time. Kick off cooler weather with food and friends and don't miss a moment with Samuel Adams Oktoberfest. Grab it while you can at your favorite place to buy beer.
27-yard field goal by Gunderson makes it 44-29 in favor of Dordt over Mount Marty. 2:50 left to go, fourth quarter. We're here at Crane-Youngworth Field on a Friday night. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. And Dordt will kick off again as they are in the catbird seat here. Mount Marty does have all 3 timeouts left, but they're going to have to operate in a hurry once they get their hands on the football.
Absolutely. Lancers need to get down the field very quickly, and then they're obviously going to try an onside kick if they can get in the end zone here. But even if they don't, they still have those 3 timeouts. Lancers are still alive here in this ball game.
And the fair catch called for by Hansen, so that'll move it to the 25, and no time will tick off the clock.
That was very big by the Lancers, that third down stop. 2 penalties taking touchdowns off the board for Dordt, and they had to settle for a field goal. Now, the field goal there made it a 15-point game. It's still 2 possessions. So the only thing that changed is now the Lancers have to go for 2 instead of going for 1. But they've had a couple of extra points and kicks blocked this season, so they might have gone for 2 anyways.
I would think if you score, you kick, go for the 1, and then save the 2-point for that final opportunity, provided you get that far. But not much time to work with as Gay drops back under pressure, and he's going to be sacked. And that's Vandenberg again. Nobody blocked him. And he got right to the quarterback, and we've got, a pile there, and there's a couple of Lancers look like they're down. Thompson slow to get up, along with Pastrana. Remember, Pastrana was shaken up earlier, as was Thompson. They're going to have to check out of the game. Boy, Thompson very slowly moving to the sideline. Gay got hit again.
And Pastrana's still down on the field.
And he was shaken up earlier. And that stops the clock with 2:29 left here in the fourth quarter. Dordt up 44-29. Pastrana, a sophomore out of Fort Worth, Texas. He is, again, was shaken up earlier in the game, managed to come back. And they are, could just be a cramp. So they're working on his left leg here.
Well, that was the, I believe, 5th sack of the second half, 9th of the ball game. Ken Gay has been walloped in this ball game. The front 7 of Dordt has really played just the game of the season.
Yeah, they've played very, very well as far as getting pressure on the quarterback. And for Mount Marty, they're going to have to find a way to protect their quarterback, because I don't care what level of football you play at, your quarterback just can't take that many sacks, can't take that many hits.
9 sacks is an absolutely crazy number, especially in a league where you're up against some of the best teams in the country, the GPAC. We talk about the GPAC every week. They've got 3 ranked teams right now. Probably a couple more could be in that conversation of being ranked. You let your quarterback get hit 9 times. That is rough. Even still, you got to give credit to the quarterback for Mount Marty. Even with all of the pressure, he has had an amazing game. He's 26 of 34, 237 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's yet to cough up the ball. We wondered how Ken Gay was going to respond after the game with Northwestern last week, where he just didn't have a great game. Now, both times this season that he has had one down game, the very next game he's had a very efficient game. You love seeing that from the young quarterback.
Pastrana will be helped off the field. Quick update on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's on Broadway. Huskers ahead of Rutgers. Under a minute to go, fourth quarter, 14-13, but Rutgers has the football. In baseball, Padres up 7-1 in the bottom of the 8th against the New York Mets. We'll have full scoreboard update coming up in our post-game show. We'll also check out some high school scores from around the state and from Nebraska as well. It is 2nd down and 15, ball at the 20-yard line. Empty backfield, 5 receivers in the pattern. Quick throw. It is going to be incomplete. Bounced at the friends of Miyazawa, feet of Miyazawa, the 24-yard line. And Gay was under pressure again.
Yeah, he was retreating, rolling away from his receiver, had to throw it off his back foot and just left it short there. Now he's kind of windmilling his right arm, his throwing arm on this one. He's obviously shaken up. He's obviously hurting. He's taken 9 sacks in this ball game. Now trying to get down the field with 2 minutes, 16 seconds remaining.
3rd down and 15. 2 receivers out to the left side, 2 out to the right, 1 back in the pistol formation. Now he'll clear out. That's Harach. Here comes a pass, and it's incomplete, nearly intercepted at the 30-yard line. Reichen, the intended receiver, he was double covered, and out there defensively was Grant Hickson for Dordt. And the punting unit will come out for Mount Marty on 4th down and 15, and with 2:12 left to go here in the fourth quarter, with Dordt up by 15 points. That's kind of throwing in the towel. What else can you do if you're Mount Marty? You really got no other option here.
Yeah, your only other option is to go for it on 4th and 15 with your quarterback under pressure and hurting. You have a couple of guys that have gone down this drive. Both Thompson and Pastrana were shaken up a few plays ago.
And here comes the punt. It's a good one from Fitzgerald, and it'll bounce away from Thomas and take a roll. Almost hit Thomas at the 43-yard line, and it's going to be down at the 36. Boy, Thomas had to do one heck of a dance just to get out of the way. That's the thing on punts. That football will take funny bounces. You'll hear special teams yell, poison, poison. That means clear out. And by clear out, you don't mean 1 or 2 yards. You're talking about getting 10, 15 yards away from it because, well, like in that situation, that ball took a crazy bounce. And if it hits the return man, that's a live football.
Yeah, it was very close to that. It was
close.
3 different coaches for Mount Marty came sprinting down the sideline, signaling it was theirs, but did miss the player for Dordt, and Dordt has it with 2:05 on the clock.
You got to figure they're going to run the ball, and they will with Piper testing the left side, and he'll get to the 39-yard line. Gain of 3 as we are under 2 minutes left to go. And will we have a timeout called? Well, the play is stopped. The clock stops at 1:49 left. Not sure if anybody's called timeout or not.
There was a player getting up slowly. I think the officials may have
one of the
blown this
Dordt
one
players
dead.
has to check out. He was shaken up. So he'll retreat to the sideline. I couldn't see who it was. They got to the sideline before I could see their number, but Trojan comes in to replace them. So this is a running formation, 2 backs in the backfield, receivers in tight, handoff, second man through, that's Dodd. He'll try the right side. Boy, a young man powers ahead to near the 45-yard line. Good gain. And now Mount Marty will call their first timeout with 1:27 left to go here in the fourth quarter. It'll be 3rd down and 2 when we come back after this 30-second timeout. Dordt 44, Lancers 29, back in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Don't just bank, be an explorer. Here at Explorers Credit Union, we do banking differently. As a not-for-profit, member-owned credit union, we know that financial wellness isn't a destination, it's a journey. We're here to help you set goals and reach them with the financial tools, expertise, and support you need. If you're looking for better rates on your loans and local service from your friends and neighbors, Explorers Credit Union has you covered. Learn how we can help your financial journey at explorerscu.com.
(44-29), Dordt in front of Mount Marty. 1:27 left to go here in the fourth quarter on a Friday night at Crane-Youngworth Field. It was about 50 degrees when we kicked off the game here tonight. I'm just checking right now. I'm guessing it's around 40 or so degrees right now as the teams come out. 39, clear skies. There is a freeze warning for tonight in this part of South Dakota.
Yeah, it's been a brisk night, under 40 degrees here in Yankton, the first kind of cold game of the season.
Handoff, that's going to be Wellen up the middle, tries the left side, and he gets enough for a first down. So move the chains, first down, Dordt with 1:20 and counting here in the fourth quarter, and that should pretty much do it. They're up by 15 points, and really all they have to do is take a knee 2 times, and this one will be in the books. And we invite you to stick around to for the post-game show, brought to you, of course, by Aztec. Got a lot to go over in this one. It has been a kind of a crazy night. And now the victory formation being employed by the defenders. They'll take a knee as McDaniel is pushed back as somebody came charging pretty hard across the line there. A little pushing and shoving. But some of the cooler heads prevail and kind of, hey, get back, just get back.
This has been a very chippy game. It's been like that all game long. Both of these teams have been very physical with each other throughout this contest.
Under 20 seconds left to go. Dordt's just got to take a knee one more time. They will do so, and that's going to do it. The teams are going to line up to shake hands at the middle of the field. Your final score is Dordt 44, Mount Marty 29. The defenders improve to 3-2. Mount Marty falls to 2-4 on the season. We'll take a 2-minute timeout. We'll come back. We'll begin the Aztec post-game show. This is Mount Marty football on KYNT.
It's not too early to start protecting against influenza, and the single most important step is to get your flu shot. Yankton Medical Clinic PC offers the vaccine to all those 6 months and older and is hosting drive-through flu shot clinics with no appointment necessary, Tuesday, October 11th and Wednesday, October 12th from 4 to 6 p.m. Visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com/flu for information and registration forms. Keep yourself and those you love healthy this flu season. Yankton Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home.
Resetting your password, unsubscribing from emails, printing anything. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with an auto owner's insurance independent agent, getting the right coverage for your business doesn't have to be one of them, so you can get back to more important things, like learning how that printer works. That's simple human sense.
Don't gamble. Insure with MT and RC Smith Insurance. Authorized auto owners agents in Yankton at 665-3611 or mtrcsmithinsurance.com.
Doctors Feeser, Slowey, and DeYoung are experts in prescribing eye drops that can replace reading glasses. These drops are a new technology that can change the size of your pupil for improved reading. They're convenient for anyone who wants freedom from reading glasses. Our doctors even use them. Call Vision Care Associates and schedule an appointment to see if this new technology is right for you.
Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first.
My name's Jennifer Bolig, and I am a sales rep and design consultant. That means when a customer comes in, we can do a couple of things. We can do a free house call locally, where we come into their home and we help them understand how to add in a new piece or just completely change the whole room. This is just a Slumberland thing where you get this done for you for free. So we're the only place that is a free design consultant in town.
Free interior design service at Yankton Slumberland, located at 2401 Broadway Avenue.
Welcome to the Aztec postgame show. Build your career with the group that's built to connect rock to road. Aztec. I'm not Tehl Tanner. You're Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. Boy, it's been a long, weird game. And it is a final with the Dordt defenders beating the Mount Marty Lancers by a score of 44-29 in one of the stranger games I think I've ever witnessed in my broadcast career, as Mount Marty will end up winning a lot of stat categories, but the scoreboard goes in favor of the Dordt defenders. It was Mount Marty up 9-0 after the first quarter, but there's about a 3-minute stretch in that second quarter where some special teams miscues led to easy points for the defenders. And just like that, they went from down 9-0 to up 21-9. Momentum swung on their side, and they were able to keep the Lancers kind of at arm's length for the rest of this contest.
Yeah, it was 2 minutes and 32 seconds this game that decided it. 2 minutes and 32 seconds at the beginning of the second quarter. With 10 minutes and 49 seconds remaining in the second, Trojan had a 1-yard run on a very good drive from Dordt. Made it 9-7 in the second quarter. From there, Lancers were about to get the ball back. They still were up 9-7. We're going to be able to put together a drive as they've done so far in this game. They'd moved the ball very effectively to that point. Ball goes over the head of Jalen Herman. Officials say he touched it, goes into the end zone, recovered in the end zone by Dordt, touchdown instantly. Mount Marty couldn't believe that one on the sideline, exploded, and from there, it really just was blown open by Dordt. The very next possession by Mount Marty, they had a 3-and-out, punt blocked. Dordt got possession at the 10-yard line of the Lancers. First and goal, they cash in as well. It took, once again, 2 minutes and 32 seconds of game time, and the Dordt defenders were able to flip this from down 9-0 to up 21-9. And as you said, they just kept the Lancers at arm's length the entire rest of the game. They traded blows back and forth, traded touchdowns. Mount Marty was able to bring it within one possession, but they weren't able to finish it off.
Yep, they just couldn't get that defensive stop when they needed it. And the Dordt defenders actually pull away and win 44-29. Let's check out some of the stats. Game stats brought to you by Explorers Credit Union. Discover the difference at explorerscu.com. We'll start with the team stats. And after the first quarter, I looked. First downs after the first quarter was 10-1 in favor of Mount Marty. They still had a big edge in first downs, 32-22. And a lot of team stats, they dominated, but it was the special teams and the turnovers that did in. Let's check out some of those team stats.
Yeah, you talk about those first downs. It was 20-10 at halftime, Mount Marty leading. Final of the game, 32-22. So both teams had exactly 12 first downs in the second half. Fairly efficient offense from both teams. Third down efficiency for the Lancers, 7 of 15. They were 47%. For the defenders, 4 of 9, 44%. On fourth down, Lancers went for it only once. They did not get it, so 0%. Defenders went for it twice. They got one of them, so 50. In terms of total plays,
this one blows me away.
This is an insane number. 89 total plays by the Mount Marty Lancers. They ended up with 409 yards of total offense, 4.6 yards per play. 237 through the air, another 172 on the ground. The Lancers moved the ball. There's no debate there. For Dordt, they ran 55 total plays. That's a fairly regular number for Dordt. Total yards, 353. Large second half inflated that one. 101 passing yards in the day, 252 rushing yards. They had exactly 100 at halftime, so they had 152 in the second half.
Time of possession plus 13 minutes in favor of Mount Marty. They had the ball for 36 minutes, 42 seconds. Dordt 23-22. There were 5 fumbles by Dordt. They lost 2 of them. Mount Marty had 2 fumbles. They lost 1 of them. Penalties, 6 against Mount Marty, 4 against Dordt. So Mount Marty did clean up a number of penalties on the night. Of course, a couple of them were unsportsmanlike after some plays that didn't go their way. And Mount Marty did have an interception on the night. But, I mean, it's just, how often do you see a team that run 34 more plays and have the ball for 13 more minutes, and they end up losing by 15 points? That does not happen at any level of football very, very often. This one's going to be in that Ripley's Believe It or Not kind of thing when it comes to football stats.
This is one of those games where if you show just the stats themselves to any football fan, they would assume the Lancers won this game in large fashion.
Yeah.
It's just the way the stats turned out. There is a real argument to say the Lancers were the better team, especially offensively tonight. It was a couple of plays. In fact, it was 2 minutes and 32 seconds of game time that decided this one, and those 2 minutes and 32 seconds came at the middle of the second quarter. From there, these two teams were fairly even, especially in the second half, especially in terms of yardage, total plays, first downs, almost even across the board in the second half. Lancers had a very efficient first half, but man, those 2 minutes and 32 seconds, that's what decided this ball game.
Let's check out some of the individual stats.
Go for it. Start off with the Lancers. Ken Gay, we talked about him all game. Even though he was under pressure, he was sacked a total of 9 times for 54 yards. He was hit a large number more than that. There were a couple of penalties on Dordt for roughing the passer as well. He was hurting in this ball game, and he still threw the ball 36 times, completed 26 passes, 237 yards, 2 touchdowns. It was a very good game from Ken Gay. There's no debate there. Go to the running backs. Isaiah Thompson ran the ball 29 times for 121 yards. Jalen Herman 3 times for 37 yards. Isaiah Thompson also 2 touchdowns in this one. Ken Gay 20 times for 11 yards. Those 9 sacks also count as runs in there, so that will deflate that a little bit. Jaden Harach 1 attempt for 3 yards. The receivers, Trey Hansen with the best game of his career, 8 receptions for 91 yards, 11.5 yards per catch. Very good game for Trey Hansen. Jonah Miyazawa 5 for 50 and a touchdown. Rex Reichen 2 for 26. Isaiah Thompson had 4 catches for 22 yards. Austin Vigance 2 for 20. Trevor Fitzgerald 2 for 14 yards and 1 touchdown. 2 receptions for 10 yards for Jalen Herman, and 1 reception for 4 yards for Jaden Harach. Go to the individual stats for the Dordt defenders here. Cade McDaniel 4 of 8 throwing the ball for 75 yards and an interception. Zach Rosenboom 4 of 7 throwing the ball for 26 yards total. In terms of rushing stats, it was Brendan Piper 6 rushing attempts for 78 yards and a touchdown. Connor Dodd 7 rushing attempts for 55 yards and a touchdown. Cade McDaniel 8 for 38 yards. Anthony Trojan 6 for 31 yards, 2 touchdowns. Zach Rosenboom 6 for 27, and Nick Wellen 5 for 19 and a touchdown. Not a single player on Dordt had more than 8 touches on offense, and that is kind of crazy to me. Not a single player, a receiver or running back or quarterback, had more than 8 touches in this one.
And that's how the stats stack up for this game. We're going to take a 2-minute timeout. We'll come back with more of the post-game show brought to you by Aztec. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty football right here on KYNT.
FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT, Yankton.
For signs of all kinds, it's SignTech. See SignTech for all your signage needs. From magnets, vinyl banners, to illuminated and digital signing, plus truck and vinyl lettering. SignTech does it all. Sales, service, and installation. Need a sign of any kind? Call 605-665-2957. Your local full-service sign shop is SignTech, 3206 East Highway 50, Yankton.
Want the speediest speeds and endless entertainment? Midco has it. Flexible, exceptional, reliable internet, TV, and phone solutions to support your busy, connected life. Whether you're working from home or streaming your series, you're covered. Easy installation options, steadfast service, all from the friendliest folks in the business. Ready to get started? Fantastic. Head over to midco.com.
These days, it seems every day is Casual Friday.
Employees now prefer comfortable, casual clothing.
And JJ Benji's is on top of it with a wide variety of clothing.
Polos, quarter zips, button shirts, t-shirts, caps, and more.
In the most popular styles and materials.
All that you can customize with your company's logo.
JJ Benji's can keep your employees looking sharp and comfortable.
JJ Benji's, 201 Pine Street, downtown Yankton.
For screen printing, embroidery, and promotional products,
JJ Benji's makes you look good.
At H&R Block of Yankton, we want you to focus on your business while we handle your books. From payroll and bookkeeping to expert tax preparation and advice, we're ready to put our expertise to work for your small business. For the year-round services and the one-on-one attention you deserve, partner with H&R Block of Yankton. Stop by our office at 21st and Broadway or call us at 605-665-3366.
And welcome back to Crane-Youngworth Field. College football on a Friday night. First night home game ever for the Mount Marty Lancers, but it's the visiting team, the Dordt Defenders, who prevail tonight by a score of 44-29. Joining us, John Micheletti, head coach of the Lancers. Post-game interview brought to you by Conklin Distributing. Lancer Sports, courtesy of Bud and Bud Light, the king of beers and perfect for whatever happens. Get some today. Coach, this was one of the crazier games I think I've ever seen, and your team started off really hot. You got score on that first drive, and then you get the interception. You get a touchdown later. Really, things seemed to be going your way, and boy, in that second quarter, things fell apart. So first question I got to ask you, on the kickoff return, I don't know what happened. I couldn't see definitively from up here if it happened, but what did you see from the sideline on that play that I think it was Jalen Herman had went through, reportedly went through his hands.
Yeah, so I made the mistake last week of saying that was the worst call or no call I've ever seen, and that one topped it, so I was just like,
the body language up
holy
here.
cow.
Yeah.
It wasn't close, and I'm embarrassed at the same time because our guys deserve better. The fans deserve better. This is college football. We're trying to, play at an elite level and give more product to the NAI and the GPAC, and that's embarrassing.
The way the players reacted, and I know it came close to his hands, and I was watching it, but the way the players reacted, it's like, okay, he didn't touch it, goes into the end zone, touch back, and let's get the ball at the 25. And you got to tip your hat at least to Dordt. They followed up on the play. We didn't hear a whistle.
Right, you played it into the whistle.
Yeah, you didn't hear the whistle. And their special teams, played to the whistle. And that was, kind of the momentum play that turned things around. The block punt certainly didn't help later. And let's talk about some special teams tonight. You got to tip your hat to Dordt. They did play very well in special teams.
They did. And I'll say that's one thing that obviously they're known for, being a very disciplined team. And that's the frustrating part is, we always talk about double negatives. You can't have double negatives. Don't let one turn into the other. I remember you guys talking to you guys about that last year. And it had happened. But our guys, the one proud part is I was glad to see those guys fight all the way to the end. There was a lot of opportunities when you just feel like, hey, nothing's going right. Obviously, the refs aren't on our side. Nothing, the ball, we force a fumble and they still fall on it and gets a touchdown. So it's like a lot of those things where it's like we have the worst luck right now. And our guys very easily could just been like, quit. But they battled all the way through, gave an opportunity to even come back late. Was glad to finally see a few of those holding calls, but a little bit too late on that. But, that stuff I'm not worried. You can't always bag on those.
Yeah.
But the bad muff one is really bad. We deserve better.
Now let's talk about a couple players who really had great games. Trey Hansen, Isaiah Thompson. Isaiah had a great night, over 100 yards. Trey had 8 catches. Talk about these young men and the performance they had tonight.
Yeah, Isaiah battling a little bit of an injury. He's got a knee that's been bugging him. Didn't know how much we're going to be able to go. Obviously, Tyree's still coming back. We didn't really feel comfortable putting him out there yet. But Isaiah gutted through it all and gave us his all, and then being able to use Horach and using Herman in the backfield a little bit here and there was nice to be able to give him a break. But I was very proud of the toughness of Isaiah Thompson. And Trey Hansen did an outstanding job. He always has. You're going to get out of him. You're going to get everything you can. And I was glad to see Fitzy get in the end zone finally again, too. That was good.
And Ken Gay, your quarterback, he took kind of a pounding tonight as the pass rush was pretty fierce by Dordt, but he stayed in the game, and he was very effective and efficient tonight. A lot of short passes, took a couple shots downfield, but he was on target most of the night.
Yeah, I love Ken. Like I talked last week, he's going to give everything in every play. He's competitive. He's going to empty his bucket each and every week. But a few banged up guys on O-line, had to cycle guys in and out, and we had guys cramping up, things like that, where, hey, it's next man up, and instead of, turning on your O-line and being like, oh, you guys did this, he's like, no, we got this, we get together and stuff. So it's that's the type of leadership you like to see, especially out of a quarterback. So I was glad to see that part. Now we just got to make sure we fix those few little things and be able to move forward.
A couple more things from Ken Gay. We saw him go down and slide a couple more times in this ball game. Yes. Is that something you've been talking to him about?
100%. There's times to be able to lower your shoulder, obviously, during short yardage situations to pick up the first down or goal line. And he loves contact, but, being a quarterback, you want to make sure that they can last the whole time. So proud to see him slide.
As I look out on the field right now, there is a total of one Lancer player on the field right now, and it is Ken Gay. I believe his family is here tonight. Yes. Honestly, I don't think you can say enough good things about this man on the field, but one of the plays in the third quarter when the game was in the middle of not going your way, there was a single play where he had about a 13-yard scramble, stopped and helped the man who tackled him, helped him up, made sure he was good, then went back to the huddle.
Yeah, he's as what the NAI call a champion of character. He's one of those guys that continuously is always positive, always helping guys out and helping the other guys up. He's competitive, but he puts a lot of respect into the game.
And that's, I know, something that is pressed in the NAIA. I know Corey Wester, the commissioner, talks about that, champions of character. And I can always tell that's one of the things post, when he talks about after the season, when no matter what the sport is, he loves handing out those champions of characters awards to the young men and women in this conference. And I think that was on display there. So any other positives you take away from tonight?
We got to see, a few other old linemen step up in some certain situations, so that was good. I know that probably didn't look all good with all the heat on Ken, but it was good to get some guys in there, get their feet wet and things like that. Being able to, Jalen Herman obviously did a good job on offense as well. I don't know what his stats end up being, but he's a guy that, was struggling to understand the playbook and things like that at the beginning of fall camp, being a new freshman, but then, being able to have him and move him in different spots, and now he's picking up, and you can really see him excel on the field. So very proud of him.
I wanted to talk about another defensive guy here, Joshua Pickthorn, freshman linebacker. Had 12 total tackles, 10 of those were solo in this ball game. This was kind of the game where I really saw him come alive, is what it almost seemed like.
Yeah, he's a very physical player. Obviously, he's not the biggest stature guy, in being a freshman for us. He's got a lot of good football still ahead of him. But being our strong side outside linebacker, we knew they're a very heavy, strong side run team. So we knew he was going to have a heavy day, and I was glad to see him step up in those situations and do that, because obviously that's a tall task, especially going against a good Dordt team.
All right, early look next week on the road at Concordia. What do you know about the Bulldogs?
It's going to be weird, because they use a 2-quarterback system, okay, and they keep them both out there at the same time. So you don't know. It's really hard to personnel them. They'll be, move one guy out to receiver and then the other guy's in there, so they go back and forth. And then defensively, you're going to get the best. They've always been a solid defensive team. I remember playing them back when I was at Kansas Westland. We played against them. Very, very solid defensive team. They do a good job. They're very well coached, so we expect another dogfight.
And they are always a very tough team on their home field. I can speak from experience about that. Coach, thanks for your time today, and we'll talk to you next week as we get ready for the Bulldogs.
Yes, thank you.
John Micheletti, head coach for the Mount Marty Lancers. That interview brought to you by Conklin Distributing. We're going to take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll check the scoreboard and more here. 44-29, the final score, Dordt over Mount Marty. This is the Aztec post-game show. Build your career with the group that's built to connect rock to road. That's Aztec. Back in 2 minutes right here on KYNT.
At Elwood Family Dental Care, we see patients from 1 to 101. Come experience our gentle touch while you relax in our massage chairs and watch TV. Patients are loving our new digital scanner. No more ooey gooey gaggy impressions. We'd love to meet you, and we're always accepting new patients. Call 665-2530 to make an appointment. Elwood Family Dental Care, where we take care of the entire family.
If you see lines on a parking lot, hey, there's a good chance Midwest Striping did it. They've been marking pavements like parking lots for years. And a fresh line parking lot gives your business a sharp look and keeps things in order. Midwest Striping also does decorative floor coverings for garages, sheds, basements, and sports courts like basketball or tennis. To find out what they can do for your surface, email them at midweststripingsd@gmail.com. That's midweststripingsd@gmail.com.
We were founded on innovation and a passion to help our customers. This is Glenn Zupfer at Aztec in Yankton. We also want our employees to thrive and succeed every day. Our core values are more than something we list on a wall. We live them every day. We have openings in a variety of departments, sign-on bonuses up to $2,000, immediate benefits like retirement savings, paid holidays, bonus earnings, tuition reimbursement, and more. Build your career with a group that's built to connect from rock to road. Stop by for a walk-in interview or click on careers at aztecindustries.com.
Do you own a home that's sitting vacant? Why continue to pay taxes and insurance on that property? Whether full of belongings, dated, or in need of repair, with our low inventory, the market has never been better to sell. Call me, Deb Speck, at Vision Real Estate, 664-5555, 664-5555.
The Aztec postgame show rolls on. 44-29, Dordt victorious over Mount Marty, along with Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. Time now to check the scoreboard, brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's. They're on Broadway. Final scores, college football. Nebraska comes from behind to beat Rutgers 14-13 with just 18 seconds left. Houston up 1 point on Memphis, 33-32. Looks like Houston is going to prevail in that particular contest. Final scores from Major League Baseball, just going final. Padres defeat the Mets in playoff action 7-1. It was Seattle blanking Toronto 4-0. Philadelphia rallies late to beat the Cardinals 6-3. Cleveland in a tight game over Tampa Bay 2-1. Tehl, what we got on the high school scoreboard?
Yeah, high school scoreboard started off in 11 AAA here in South Dakota. Once again, Sioux Falls Lincoln defeated Brandon Valley 34-30. Harrisburg over Rapid City Central 59-0. O'Gorman over Sioux Falls Washington 31-14. Sioux Falls Jefferson over Stevens 46-0. And the last 11 AAA game is actually versus a AA opponent. That's the Yankton Bucks. That will be tomorrow, 6 p.m. at Howardwood Field. We will have coverage of that one right here on KYNT, KYNTV. You can watch it tomorrow evening with Bryce Ladwig and Josh Bolter. Some other 11 AA games this evening. Pierre defeated Huron 59-7. T-Area over Spearfish 49-0. And Aberdeen Central over Brookings 20-0. Watertown over Mitchell 24-14. The final. St. Thomas More defeated Douglas 21-8. And Sturgis Brown is currently leading Bellefouche 42-14. That one's in the third quarter.
In 11B, it was Jim River over Trip Delmont Armor. Andy Central Dakota Christian 38-6. Winner defeats West Central tonight 46-12. And Aberdeen Roncalli with a victory over Webster tonight. That in 11B. And here's one. McCook Central Montrose shuts out number 3 Bridgewater Emory Ethan 44-0 tonight. So that's a big one down there in the 11B ranks. The scoreboard, of course, brought to you by Gerstner Oil. We're going to take one more break. We'll come back with our final segment of the Aztec postgame show. This is Mount Marty football tonight on KYNT.
As a proud community bank, Core Trust delivers more than just checking and savings accounts. We invest in the cities and towns where we live and work by volunteering to coach youth sports teams, supporting local charities and the arts with our time and resources. Whether we live in a rural town in South Dakota or a suburban city in Minnesota, it's a place we call home. Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations.
Member FDIC.
Oktoberfest is a brief moment of fall beer drinking beauty. So have Samuel Adams Oktoberfest on hand as the nights get cooler and the days a little shorter. Smooth taste with the roasty sweetness and light hop character that's only available for a short time. Kick off cooler weather with food and friends and don't miss a moment with Samuel Adams Oktoberfest. Grab it while you can at your favorite place to buy beer.
It's not too early to start protecting against influenza, and the single, most important step is to get your flu shot. Yankton Medical Clinic PC offers the vaccine to all those 6 months and older and is hosting drive-through flu shot clinics with no appointment necessary, Tuesday, October 11th and Wednesday, October 12th from 4 to 6 p.m. Visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com/flu for information and registration forms. Keep yourself and those you love healthy this flu season. Yankton Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home.
We're back for the final segment of the Aztec postgame show. Dordt defeats Mount Marty tonight 44-29. We got one more high school update we want to tell you about. Tehl, we got somebody who set a record tonight.
Yeah, some absolute history here in South Dakota. Lincoln Kienholz, the quarterback for Pierre, just became the all-time career passing leader in South Dakota 11-man, which is just amazing. That's a University of Washington commit. You know, he's going to have an amazing career. That man has just been lights out in South Dakota.
So congratulations to that young man for a great career he's had so far for the Pierre Governors. Let's talk about the Lancers here. It's time now to name our player of the game, brought to you by Avera, moving health forward, Avera. We're going to go with Trey Hansen, the wide receiver. The sophomore had a breakout game, 8 catches, 91 yards. He came into this game with 5 total catches for the year, and he gets 8 catches, 91 yards tonight, as long as 34. So Trey Hansen is our Avera player of the game.
Very well deserved by Trey Hansen. You know, this is a guy that we talked about him in the pregame. We talked about him in the pregame for a reason, because he was not a guy who was starting games last season. He was second in the depth chart. He was just fighting for every catch he could make, every carry he could get. And then come into this season, Trevor Fitzgerald went down with a sickness early in the season and with an illness, and he was able to get in the starting lineup, and he made some good plays. And now come to today, 8 receptions, 91 yards. This is a career game. This is the biggest game of his career for sure, and we'd be amiss not to shout him out for that.
So congratulations to Trey Hansen. And now we've got some highlights.
Absolutely, some highlights for Mount Marty. We'll run through them as we run through the scoring of this ball game. It started out for the Lancers, their first drive of the ball game, an 11-play drive for 64 yards. Took 5 minutes and 9 seconds of game time. It was a Davin Quayle field goal from 27 yards out. Lancers lead 3-0. On the very next drive, 1 play, 1 interception by Dordt. Lancers get the ball right back after the Gaetani interception, and some accolades on that one.
Now here comes Fitzgerald in motion behind everybody. He'll circle around, roll out, throw, caught, Fitzgerald, touchdown! Oh, what a catch on the rollout by Ken Gay.
Well, that was the next play, the Trevor Fitzgerald 8-yard passing touchdown from Ken Gay. That brought the Lancers up 9-0 on that one. From then on out, that was the 2 minutes and 32 seconds of a game that Dordt really just kind of took over, 21 points in a row. Lancers were down 21-9. They were able to answer, bring it back 21-16, and Isaiah Thomas 1-yard run. Mount Marty drive that took 9 plays for 75 yards. Isaiah Thompson from 1 yard out.
Man comes in motion. Handoff. Thompson up the middle. Touchdown, Mount Marty.
From then on, Dordt scored twice. They made it 35-16 after a 4-yard touchdown run from Nick Wellen and an 8-yard touchdown run from Anthony Trojan. Lancers down 35-16 in the third quarter. They're able to bring it back within 1 score with 2 touchdowns in a row. The first was an 8-yard pass from Ken Gay to Jonah Miyazawa, 4th of the season for Miyazawa. Mount Marty drive was 11 plays for 85 yards, 3 minutes 38 seconds.
Second down and goal. Gay looking for Thompson, throws it to the corner of the end zone. It's caught by Miyazawa. Touchdown from 8 yards out for Mount Marty.
Lancers score again in the beginning of the fourth quarter to bring it 35-29. Isaiah Thomas ran it in from 3 yards out. It was a 5-play drive, 32 yards, 2 minutes and 8 seconds of game time. Isaiah Thompson from 3 yards out.
1 receiver either side. Vegan's the wingback to the right. Here comes a man in motion. It's Hansen. Thompson up the middle, angles to his right. Touchdown! Thompson scores again.
Well, Mount Marty brought it within 1 possession there in the fourth quarter. It was a 6-point ball game, but Dordt ended up scoring twice more, a touchdown run of 5 yards for Brennan Piper, and then a field goal from Gunderson brought the final score 44-29. Mount Marty loses in their home stadium to Dordt University.
Time now for our move of the game, brought to you by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Make the move with Mason and the Move Group.
Yeah, so I alluded to this one just a second ago as we were running through the scoring. Right at the very beginning of this game, the Lancers were able to drive down, get a field goal. They're up 3-0. Very first offensive play of the game for Dordt, and Gaetani was able to snag the pass out of the air as Dordt took a shot downfield on first down. Really set the tone defensively for the Lancers, and outside of the next 2 minutes and 32 seconds in the second quarter, that was really the play that blew things open for the Lancers. It's got to be the move of the game was the interception.
The interception, second of the year for Gaetani, the young man who's coming back off injury and has made a big impact the last couple of games with interceptions in each contest. Well, that's going to do it for this game. 44-29, Dordt prevails. They are 3-2 on the season. Mount Marty 2-4 on the season so far, and they're back on the road again next Saturday, a 1 o'clock kickoff in Seward, Nebraska against the Concordia Bulldogs. We'll hit the air 12:05 in the afternoon. And we'll actually, for the rest of the season, it's Saturday afternoons, 1 o'clock kickoffs the rest of the way. But some good news is that's the second to last road game is next week at Concordia. 3 of the final 4 games will be here at Crane-Youngworth Field as the Lancers have been racking up the miles on the bus this year. Not too far a trip, all things considered, down to Concordia, considering we had to go to Hastings and presentation to start the season. So a bus ride to Seward, Nebraska is less like, a hop, skip, and a jump compared to those 4+ hour road trips. So we invite you to join us at that time. And again, always a tough place to get a road win, no matter what your record is, no matter what your national ranking is. The Bulldogs always very tough on their home field. Again, 1 o'clock kickoff, 12:05. That's when we will hit the air with the pregame show. Tehl, final thoughts on this game.
Yeah, this was a game. Coach Micheletti, I thought he certainly showed his thoughts in the post-game show of how this kind of went for the Lancers. Now from here is learning from this and shaking it off. Get into next week. You kind of got to hold your head high after the way you were able to answer after everything going on in this ball game, all of the adversity you faced. You were able to bring it down within 1 score in the fourth, and honestly, it shouldn't have been brought down there. Dordt was in so full control of this ball game. Lancers were somehow able to crawl their way back into a game that they shouldn't have been in at the end. They were in the game right until the final couple of minutes, and that's something you need to take away from this game and hold your head high on. Take that into Concordia, a team that had an extremely senior-led defense last season that has brought in a lot of new players, and see what you can do against a Concordia defense. Obviously, we're marching into their home field. As you said, Steve, it's a difficult place to play, but the Lancers, if they play the way they did tonight, minus a few plays, I think they can go in there and win it.
It's amazing how the game of football at pretty much every level a lot of times comes down to just 2, 3, maybe 4 plays in a game that swing momentum, swing the scoreboard, flip the field, and with you take away about 2, 3 mistakes tonight by the Lancers, they very well could have won this football game against a very, very good Dordt team who showed their resilience, bouncing back from a disappointing loss to Doane a couple of weeks ago. So we invite you to join us next week. We're back on Saturday afternoon. We'll turn over the Friday nights back to the high school kids as we head down the stretch. I'd also like to thank all of our sponsors and to thank Aaron Stewart, our studio engineer, for his work tonight. Our final score, once again, from Crane-Youngworth Field, Dordt 44, Mount Marty 29. Speaking for Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum signing off. You've been listening to Mount Marty Football on KYNT. Good night, everybody.
This has been a Riverfront Sports production and has been brought to you by Aztec, Avera, Simple Meats, Conkling Distributing, Core Trust Bank, Checkers, Dakota Archery and Outdoor Sports, Dakota Beverage, Explorers Credit Union, First Chiropractic Center, First Dakota National Bank, Gertzner Oil, Hy-Vee, JJ Benji's, Kopetsky's Ace Hardware,